Hello and welcome to the Artist's Guide to MEL, presented by Digital Tutors. My name is Papa Giorgio and I'll be your instructor for the next 4 hours, guiding you through the process of learning how to use MEL to help you become a more efficient artist. From large-scale production studios to small boutique shops, extending Maya beyond its default capabilities is really the key selling point for Maya's adoption into the production industry. Since MEL allows us to automate many of the repetitive tasks we do as artists, knowing how MEL works and understanding what it can be used for not only gives you an advantage when working with other artists, but it also makes your workload a little bit lighter. Now, this training kit is going to cover many different topics like working with commands, setting attributes, variables, as well as building small applications that will help you become more efficient. And we have a lot of material in store for you, so let's get started with our first lesson. All right, well, we'll start this lesson by talking about where MEL lives and writing our first command for selecting objects. So if you launch Maya, you may not see any menus down here or any windows that we're going to be typing into. So to turn those on, we'll just go up here to Display, UI Elements, and then we'll come down. We want two of these turned on. We want the command line turned on, and we also want the help line turned on. Okay, so we have two things going on here, and we'll be spending a little bit of time here just so we can get our bearings. But once we get everything going, we'll pretty much ditch this area and opt for the script editor, which we'll talk about here in a second. So the word MEL right here, Maya Embedded Language, if you click on that word, you will actually switch from MEL to Python. Now, we're not going to focus on Python scripting. We actually have a whole kit dedicated to that subject in itself. But really the goal of this is to get you familiar as an artist on how MEL can really help you do the work you do a little bit faster. So the first thing we'll want to do is talk about how do we create a MEL script. Well, it's really simple. The first thing we have to do is give it a command. So the command we're going to type in is select. Notice that I'm typing this in all lowercase. MEL is case sensitive. So I'll type in select, and now we want to type in the object that we want to select. So for my example, I want to choose the table. So I'll just type in select table, and I'll hit enter on my keyboard, and there it is. It has now selected the table. Well, of course I could have just selected it with my mouse, but what if you wanted to select something that wasn't currently selectable? So let's say you just had the channel box open and I want to use the object's materials. I want to tweak the material. Well, I can't. Okay, I would have to go to the attribute editor. Well, here's a way around that. We'll just go up here to MEL. We'll type in select. And I know the object node that we want to connect to is called the table mat or table material. Table MAT with a capital M, and we'll talk about that later on. And I'll hit enter. And now you notice over here in the channel box, I have selected the material node. And with now, if I want to, I could make an adjustment. So if I just make a slight tweak here, you can see how I can tweak this color, and we're adjusting this. So there's a lot of possibility here to actually making this process a little bit more user-friendly. Now let's talk about an unusual piece here. I'm going to go in and type in select, and I want to grab one of the chair backs. So I'll say chair back. Now these are all objects that I've pre-named and predefined. So when I hit enter, I'm going to get a warning over here in my display area. Okay, and this is telling us that, whoa, wait a minute, you have more than one object named chairback. Well, sometimes it's very difficult to name individual pieces. You know, ideally you would want to name every single thing in your scene uniquely. That way you can immediately grab it. But sometimes that's not possible. You may have duplicated an object or something like that. So a way around this, let's just go ahead and remove that. Let's go in and type in select. And now what we need to do is type in the group name. So this group is called Chair Group 1. Group 1. Okay. And now I need to tell it what object inside of that group that I need to select. So to do that, you have to use the pipe symbol. Now the pipe symbol is right underneath the backspace key, right above the enter key. Okay, it looks like two straight lines, but when you type it on your keyboard, it comes up just like a straight line. So that's a pipe symbol. Okay, and then we'll type in the name of the object. So chair back. Now when I hit enter, it knows exactly which command we want to work with, or which object we want to work with, and the command returns back that selection. So let's say we wanted to grab the other chair back, okay, chair group 2. Well, an easy way to bring back what you just typed is to press the up arrow on your keyboard, which is right above or right under the end key. And this is, again, I'm using a US keyboard, so I'll just press up on my keyboard, and it brings back the last typed commands. So here we have a command that we've got, and I'll just come over here and replace the number 1 with the number 2. And now when I hit enter, there you go. So although this was just a very simple exercise of selecting objects, selecting nodes like material nodes, or selecting objects inside of groups, it kind of starts to give you the idea of, wait a minute, if I can do simple selections, maybe I can do some more advanced things with this. So throughout this kit, we're going to talk about some very complex scripting topics that we'll cover, but we're going to do them in a really simple way, and that way we can keep everything clean, easy to understand, easy to absorb, and we'll build upon our scripts as we go. All right, so this next lesson, we're going to talk about the command response. Now, programmers use this a great deal just to get feedback of how things are going. I like to use this for my internal artists to let them know how things are working, if there's a confirmation that this script did work and it did what they expected it would do. So using these, it's very, very important to start the process very early on, how to utilize the print command. All right, so I've got lesson 2 open. You can continue with the first lesson if you'd like. And what we're going to do is talk about how do we get some information right here in the command response area of that window. Okay, so right now if I select an object, nothing happens, okay? Because it's so assuming, well, there's no need to tell you what you selected because you went and selected it. However, if I do something like this, create polygon plane, okay, and I drag out a floor, and I let go, look what it says down here. Result, polyplane 1 and polyplane 1 node. Okay, pplane 1 and polynode. Well, if you look right here in your channel box, you can see here's the first node that it's talking about, pplane 1. And then here's an input node that it created as well, which is the shape node. Well, there's a lot of stuff going on here. Okay, so and it generated all of that automatically. Let's go ahead and delete that from our scene. How do we give the system some feedback? Well, it's done very simply with a print command. So you just type out print, all lowercase, okay, print. And then two things that's very important. You're going to want to encapsulate, and just make the habit of encapsulating everything within parentheses. And so my rule that I teach people is if you open a parentheses, okay, always make sure you close the parentheses. Now, you're going to hear me say this quite a bit. Open and close parentheses. If we use quotes, open and close quotes. If we use brackets, open and close brackets. And that's because these work in pairs. You have to have an opening and a closing. And a lot of times when you're scripting away, you may forget to close, and it's just going to give you an error. So one of the first things that I tell people is double check your spelling, and then double check that you have all of your quotes where they need to be. Now, if I just type in something, its system's not going to know what I'm wanting to do. So I have to use quotes. Okay, so I'll say put in a quote and then close the quote. Now, in between here, I can type whatever I want. So if I type in I love MEL, okay, and I hit enter, right over here we get some feedback. I love MEL, and it immediately has displayed that information for us. So how could we use that in a multi-line? Well, to introduce 2 lines of code, you need to end each line with a semicolon. Now the semicolon tells Maya, okay, I've reached the end of this line, go ahead and treat that as one statement, and we'll move on to the next line. So we'll type this in, select table, okay, and then I'll put in a semicolon, and then I'll type out the word print, and remember, open, close, parentheses, quote, quote. Okay, so this is what this looks like. We've got 2 parentheses, 2 quotes. Okay, and in the center, I'll say I selected the table for you. And I always like to, even if it's just one line, I always make it a habit to tell everyone to go ahead and close it with a semicolon. Okay, now when I hit enter, you notice it selected the table, and it fed us back some information that says I selected the table for you. Now, by encapsulating this inside of parentheses, we're calling that an immediate evaluation. Okay, so what it will do is it will concatenate all of that data, and it will first evaluate everything that's in the parentheses, and that way, later on when we talk about variables and things like that, it will greatly speed up our process. So we're trying to keep a lot of this as concrete as possible for you, knowing that majority of you that are going to be using this training are not programmers, but rather artists using Maya and wanting to speed up your workflow. So there is a kind of a subtle hint of where we're going. Next, we're going to take a look at the script editor and how we can kind of use a little bit more of a robust tool for our scripting. All right, to keep things moving along, we're going to now look at the script editor. And within the script editor, I want to teach you not only how the script editor works, but also how to then create multi-lined scripts, as well as some page breaking and how to execute your code. All right, so we talked about some of the issues down here of just typing in, multi-line code where you've got just tons and tons and tons of stuff happening. Very difficult to read. Instead, okay, we'll get rid of this. Let's create something in the script editor. So right here at the very bottom icon, you have this little double-lined area. You can also go to Window, General Editors, down to Script Editor. Both options will bring you the same thing. Okay, so we'll start it from here down at the bottom. And this is the script editor. Okay, so let's talk about what's going on here. At the very top, you have, just like a standard Windows or any other application inside of Maya, you've got your menu items here, and we'll talk about some of the menu items under Command first. And then right here, this is the history area. So if you select things, deselect things, you notice it's all listed right here inside of the history area. And then down below is the actual script area where you'll write your scripts. Now, you'll notice that there are two tabs, a MEL tab and a Python tab. Well, this can get very confusing very quick because it's hard to tell which tab you have selected. Okay, so what I like to do is just go ahead and get rid of the things you don't need. So we'll go to Command, Delete tab, and it just gets rid of the tab. If you want to make a new tab, just go to Command, New tab, and you can choose which kind you want. Let's say we want another MEL tab. And to keep these organized, you can go in and actually rename these. So if you type in print test, there you go. You get print test as the name of the tab. All right, let's go ahead and get rid of the tab. And let's also take a look at these two options. The first one says show line numbers. And why would we need that? Well, sometimes if there's an error, Maya will tell you, hey, there's a problem on line 6. And it's very difficult to find out where that is if you had, let's say it told you the error was on line 600. Well, it would take forever for you to figure out where that was. But now with the line numbers, you can just hop right over and jump straight to that. Okay, these come in automatically as you hit enter and add more lines of code. Next, we'll talk about the show quick help. Now, this is a really neat feature in that when you type in a command like select, if I spell it correctly, okay, I'll highlight that word select, and if I right click, you notice I have some of the same options up here, but let me go down. Right here we have quick help. And if I execute this, it says not only the word select for quick help, but it also shows these options. Now these options are all called flags, and we'll talk about these later on. So now that we have just a quick lay of the land, let's talk about some of the other options here. Okay, I'll go ahead and turn off quick help. And right at the top you have, your standard open, save, run. This right here will throw away the history at the top. This will clear out the bottom. The third button will clear them both. Okay. You also have some viewing options. So maybe you just want to watch history full screen. You can do that. Maybe you want to just program full screen, or maybe you want the split like I had earlier. Again, turn on and off your line numbers, and we'll talk about how to execute some of your code in just 1 second. All right, so now that we've talked about that, let's actually type our code right back in. I'm going to reposition this just like this. We'll reposition ourselves in Maya here. Okay, and we're going to go ahead and write out our code. So we'll type in select table, and we know table is the name of the object. Okay, so we'll type in select table, and then we'll type out print. And let me make this font a little bit bigger. You can do that with Control and then use your wheel on your mouse to roll that up. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and just open and close my parentheses, quote, quote. Okay, and then let's go ahead and type in my selected the table. All right. Remember to always end with a semicolon. It's just good habit, good etiquette. Now, how do we execute this code? Well, there's a number of ways to do this, and I'll teach you all of the shortcuts here in just a second. But what I like to do is highlight what I want to select. So I'll just highlight the words select table. And now I can do this 3 different ways. I can right-click and go down to execute. And you notice the table is selected, but nothing was typed out here. Okay, so that worked. Let me deselect. You can hit this button here, which will execute the selected code. There you go. And then there's a couple of shortcuts. You can press Control-Enter on your keyboard. Okay, so let me highlight this, Control-Enter. It works. And then you can also press the Enter key on your keypad over where the numbers are, and that will execute the highlighted code. Now, why did I highlight everything when I do this? Okay, so watch. If I play this back, not only did it select the table, but it says, I selected the table. It is ready to go. We're good to go. I'm ready to move on. Why did I highlight everything? Well, watch what happens if I execute this code without highlighting anything. I'll just hit play. Well, it executed the code all right, but the problem is it removed the code as well. Okay, so when you execute code like that, it will move it up into the history because it says, well, I already executed it, so what else do you want me to do? Well, we want to keep our code down here. So if that ever happens to you, it can get frustrating. The easiest thing I can tell you to do is highlight the text or the code that you want from your history, and then drag and drop it down below. Okay, we'll go ahead and resize this so it's a little bit easier to read. So now that we've had this 2 lines of code, let's talk about adding a 3rd line. Okay, so I'll go ahead and type in print. Remember to close all of this stuff and semicolon. Now I'll go back and fill in the guts here. The table is ready. Okay, so let's make a prediction here of what's going to happen. It's going to select the table. It's going to print out, I selected the table, and then it'll print out the table is ready. The only issue is, watch, I'll highlight everything. We'll go ahead and execute. It typed in, I selected the table, and then the next line is butted right up against that line. And this can be very difficult to read. So I want to introduce one more little bit of information for you, and that is the carriage return or line break. Now, where we'll put that is right here where it says table. Okay, we'll slip it in right there. If you put in a \n, okay, when Maya executes this code, it's going to look at that and go, oh, wait a minute, I know what that is. That means new line. Okay, so we'll highlight everything. We'll execute, and now it did select the table, and it says, I selected the table, line break, the table is ready. Now, the only thing I want you to be aware of is that we'll only print the last print statement down here in the command response, and that's because the command response is only 1 line thick. So that's a quick overview of how we can actually put in some code and execute this. Now, to go a little bit further, I want to introduce you to one type of comment. Now, it is very, very important to comment your code. Now, what a comment is unique for inside of programming is the system recognizes the comment symbols and goes, oh, wait a minute, I don't need to remember any of this information. So when it runs the code, it just strips it all out. Now, to create a comment, you're going to use 2 forward slashes. Okay? And by putting in those forward slashes, we're telling the system, okay, anything I write after, like, for example, hello, my new code to select the table, and on and on and on, it will not execute that code. It's going to see this and say, okay, ignore this line, move on to the next. Now, what is nice about it, though, is if I execute all of this, right here, it's going to say, okay, the table is ready. Hello, let me just erase and run it again. Oops. Erase the history. There we go. All right. It will show you these comments. So it's just kind of nice. It's nice to have a comment. You know, we have a kind of a standardized internal workflow where there's, you know, name and then date and then notes, any notes of what needs to go with this, what it does, how it works, and it just keeps things really, really organized. Now, a lot of the scripts that we're going to be using, I'm not going to be using a whole bunch of commenting. I will try to use as much as I can just because I want to make it a habit out of it and set a good example. But the flip side of that, I'll be explaining a lot of things as we go, and there may not need to be a comment for that particular lesson. So right off the bat, there's a couple of other places where you can put a MEL script, and that's on your shelf. All right, I'm going to go over here to this custom shelf here, which is just an empty shelf. If you already had stuff in there, you can go ahead and choose New Shelf and give yourself a brand new shelf that you can work with. Now, let's go ahead and add something to the shelf. So we'll hold down Control and Shift on your keyboard, and we'll keep those held down while we go and choose something like the Window, General Editors, Script Editor. Now I actually have a button that will bring up the script editor. So if I click it, you notice it pulls up the script editor. Just like that. Well, let's talk about this right here. What's happening? Well, if we go into the shelf editor, okay, it's going to bring up this little dialog box. And if you choose the shelf icon or the shelf item, which is the script editor, and you go to Edit Commands, you will actually see that this is a MEL command script editor. So let's see how we can use this. Let me add another one. So I'll just choose File, New Scene. Okay, and there is the New Scene icon. So if I select that, it'll ask me, hey, do you want to save this scene? I'll say, no, not yet. Let's talk about this. So let's go to Shelf Editor. And now I have the Script Editor and the New Scene. Okay, there's two things going on. Well, what I'd like to do is whenever I launch the new scene, I want to give myself a little bit of code to kind of pep me up for the project. So right now when I hit this button, it'll say, do you want to save? I'll say no. And then it's going to clear everything out and get me a brand new scene ready to go. So let's go back into our shelf editor and we'll select New Scene, click on Edit Commands, and then remember we want a second line, so we're going to type in semicolon. And now I'll type in print. Okay, same kind of gig. Okay, open and close parentheses, open and close quotes, and I'll type in good luck with, we'll say new scene. Okay, good luck with the new scene. I'm going to end it with a semicolon. All right, we can go up here and we'll just save that out. Save all the shelves. Okay, now when I click new scene, I don't save. Down here it says, good luck with the new scene. Just like that. Well, what if we want to combine a couple of things together where we create a new scene, give us some feedback, and in the meantime, go ahead and open up the script editor because we know we're going to be working with the script editor for this kit. Well, we can go back into our script editor, our shelf editor. We'll go to our script editor, Edit Commands, and we'll just copy this command to bring up that window. Okay, and I'll just do a Control-C or Command-C for on a Mac. And we'll go to New Scene, Edit Commands, and we'll slip it in right here between the New Scene and the Print command. Okay, and I'll go ahead and put in a semicolon. And now let's go ahead and save out all these shelves. And this time when I run this button, not only does it give me some feedback, but it immediately pulls up the script editor ready to rock and roll. Okay, so this is another way that you can extend the shelf, not by just putting up some simple tools, but by actually putting up full-blown code that you're ready to use. Now, let's take this one more step further, okay, and actually open up that the lesson 3 here, actually lesson 2.ma. Let's make sure I got all of the right files here. Okay. We'll go ahead and open that up. And let's say that I want to reuse this code as a shelf button. That's really easy to do. So the select table and then the print, I select the table, we can just click, drag and drop it up to your shelf, and it will ask you, okay, what kind of code do you want that to be stored as, MEL or Python? We'll say MEL. And now it's going to put up a little MEL icon. Okay, so if I move this out of the way, you can see nothing is selected. If I hit the button, it not only selects the table, but also gives us some feedback right here. Let me go all the way down. There we go. I selected the table, and it's ready. So again, a number of ways of expanding the process of using Maya to really speed up your workflow. Well, there's a number of things, obviously, that you can do with Maya, but one of the coolest things that you can do is launch other applications from your Maya interface. And the way we're going to do that is to take advantage of a piece of code called system, or the command called system. Now, how you write this is very important, and I'll walk you through that whole process. And then we'll talk about how we can create our own custom little icon to make this happen. It's kind of a one click and we're good to go. So the first thing we're going to want to do is type out the word system. So system, okay. And the way this works is the same as print. We put in the open and close parentheses, and then we're going to use quotes and quotes, okay. So those two pieces are very important. Now, the way we go about actually using the guts of this is we want it to do something. So what we want to do is say start. Okay, start, and then the name of the program that we want it to launch. So I'm going to go to my directory here. And here is the Adobe, wherever your Adobe Photoshop is stored. Okay, and I'm actually going to just type out part of Photoshop, highlight everything, copy it, and now I can use this in my script. So I'll just come in and either right-click and choose paste. Okay, so I'll just make my font a little bit smaller so you can see everything that's going on here. Okay, and I'll remove that last little space. And remember, always end it with a semicolon. So right now, if I was to highlight this and execute, I'm going to get an error. Okay, and first of all, nothing's going to happen. And that's because even though Windows likes these slashes in this direction, Maya prefers them in the opposite direction. So let's switch these all around. Okay, and now when I highlight this and execute, I actually load up Photoshop, which happened really quick. So there's Photoshop real fast there. Let me pull Maya back up. Again, I'll just execute this code, and it immediately launches Photoshop, which is really nice. So it's a one way of moving back and forth if you have to. So where did we find the word start? How did we know to put that in there? Well, if I double click on system and we jump back over to quick help, okay, there may not be some other information, but if you want to find all of the super detailed information about the word system, just right click in this area and choose show command documentation. Now, give this a second, and here are all of the notes. Okay, so for example, on a Linux, you would write them this way. On Windows, you'd write them this way. And there's all kinds of really, really cool things that you can do with the system command. Okay, so here on Windows, here's an example of how you would actually load that up or do a directory listing, find something in a directory, all kinds of really cool things that we can start to put together. Again, this is located in the documentation for this command. Now, obviously, this MEL kit can't cover every single documented command in MEL, but we're going to try our hardest to cover a bunch of ones that you're going to use. So to find the rest of those, you'll definitely want to check out the documentation. So let's go ahead and Control-A to select all, okay, and I'm going to middle click and drag and drop this up here. And again, I can now run this, and we load up Photoshop. So that's kind of cool. Now, one of the issues, let me just actually run that and minimize to clear up my screen. One of the issues here is now these buttons are all starting to look the same. So let's take just 1 second and digress this for a second. We'll go to the shelf editor, and you can see that this system start, blah, 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 blah. It's very difficult to read. Okay, so I'll just type in start PS for Photoshop. Okay, and I'll save that. Now when I roll over my mouse, it says Start PS, and that is a little bit easier, but let's go ahead and make a new icon. So I actually made up an icon. It's a Photoshop file that I made, and we'll actually just jump over to my drives here. And under the source images folder that we've given you, there is a PS icon. It's a bitmap file, BMP, 32 by 32 pixels. Okay, we'll say open. And there we go. So now I've got a button that represents Photoshop. There it is. Ready to launch at just a moment's notice. So using the system command with the start and the path name, just remember to turn over the slashes in the correct direction. You can now create a very simple, button to execute anything on your hard drive, in this instance, Photoshop. Well, one of the things that you're going to find that can really speed up your workflow is by creating custom marking menus. Now, you've used these throughout Maya in all kinds of things that you're working on. If I right-click, this is a marking menu. Okay? If I was to create an object, let's say something like a sphere, and right-click on the sphere, you notice I get a marking menu with lots of options. Now, you can make these as often or as many as you want because it's only going to speed up your workflow. So let's talk about how we're going to create one of these. Okay, so I'll go ahead and delete that element. We'll first go to Window, Settings and Preferences, down to the Marking Menu Editor. And there's just a couple of things that I need you to do before we get too far along. The first thing that we want to do is we want to create a marking menu. Okay, and so we'll say Create Marking Menu, and we get this little marking menu option. Okay. Now, what's going to happen here? Well, we just need to add one item for now. Okay, and the item that we're going to add is this Create New Scene. So we'll middle click, drag that drop and over, and it says New Scene. If you want to come down here where it says Test, hold down your mouse button, and you can test it out. Okay, I'm only going to add this one item. We'll come back. Okay, let's go ahead and name this. I'm going to call this My File Op. Okay, My File Operations, and we'll hit Save, Close, and then right here where it says My File Op, we need to say Use Marking Menu in Hotkey Editor. Okay, that is very important. We'll say Apply and Close. Now, I know that's like, whoa, what happened? Well, it's just a very simple setup. Create a new marking menu, save it as a name, and then go back and tell it you want it to go to the Hotkey Editor. Now we need to show up. So we'll go back to Window, Settings and Preferences, and we'll jump over to the Hotkey Editor. Within this little window, which is not little by any means, there's got a lot of stuff going on, what we want to do is go all the way down here, and on the way there, let's talk about these. You've got all these menu items, and let's say on Mesh, Combine Polygons, if you wanted a shortcut key, you can add a shortcut key to that command. So here are all of your categories and commands that are in those. But at the very bottom of your list, you see user marking menus. Well, there's the My File Ops or My File Operations menu key. And what I want to do is assign it to a key. So I'll press the letter O, okay, and I'll say Query. And it says, well, O is assigned to Polybrush Marking Menu. Okay, that's not good. What if I hold down Alt? Okay, I'll hit Query. It says Alt plus O is assigned to nothing. Perfect. So I know it's kind of a stretch. It's right up next to the P key, but we'll set it at that, and then if you want to change it to something else, you're more than welcome to. All you now have to do is hit Assign, and it's going to say, are you sure you want to do that? And if so, do you want me to add the release, this release, as well? And we'll say yes, and that's it. Save and close. So what happened? Well, first of all, let's talk about the actual folder itself. One second. So if I bring up my Preferences folder for Maya and I go into Marking Menus, okay, you will notice there's one that says Menu, My File Ops, and that is my marking menu. So I can actually take this and hand it to another artist or store it for later use. Okay, so what does this do? Well, if I hold down Alt-O, okay, you have to hold them down, and then you click down on your mouse, what you get is your marking menu, which is beautiful. Okay, so now that we have that marking menu made, let's go in and add more to it. So again, you only have to do this once. We'll just go over here to your marking menu editor. We'll go down to the My File Operations. We'll hit Edit Menu, and that's it. Okay, so we can minimize all this stuff and just work right in here. Okay, so let's add our Photoshop command. We'll add that down here to the bottom, Start, PS, and maybe that's a little bit too difficult to read, so I'll just go in and right-click, choose Edit Menu Item. Here you can rename things, so I'll say Launch Photoshop. Okay, we'll save and close that. And let's add a few more here. So we have New Scene. Let's go ahead and I'll hold down Control-Shift and I'll add Open Scene. So we'll go ahead and add that over here to Open Scene. And I'll go ahead and throw this. I don't need that shelf item anymore, so I can middle click, drag and drop it to the trash can. No need for it. I'll go ahead and edit menu item, and we'll just say open file. Okay, so whatever you'd like to do. Remember, on this one, you have edit menu item. Okay, here's all the code that went into that. So similar to the shelf editor, you have a little editor built in for the commands. And we'll save and close that. So we have a new scene, open scene, and at the top we'll add a save scene. So we'll go ahead and just put in a save scene like this. Drag and drop it by middle clicking. And then we don't need this icon anymore. We can just throw it away. So the reason that I had you build one really quick was now that I've saved this and close it, anytime I need it, I can just hold down Alt-O on my keyboard and then hold down my left mouse button, and there you go. I get the operations. So let's say I want to do a new scene. Nope. And remember, we told the system we wanted it to automatically bring up the script editor. So that worked out pretty well. And then if we want it to launch Photoshop, we just cruise down here, and here comes Photoshop. So a lot of really cool tools available right at our fingertips by just taking a few minutes to create ourselves a simple marking menu. And then what we're going to do now is really expand that marking menu to add some more features to it. All right, so now that we've got a basic marking menu built, let's go ahead and expand this by creating something what we're calling a quick save. Now, this is one of those real simple tools that we can add to the system, and we're going to keep refining this and adding to this as we develop further on through this MEL training kit. Okay, so let's start this off in the script editor, okay, and I'm going to go ahead and clear out everything, and I'm going to run our command here of a new scene with the script editor. Now, this is what I'm really concerned with right here, is the word file-f-new. So let's come down here and actually type in the word file. Okay, now this command, let's see what it has offering for us. We'll right click and we'll go to quick help. And you notice there's a whole bunch of options in here. These are all flags. And you notice new is one of them. Well, let's talk about what this means. File, that's the command. A flag for F, which is force, and then a flag for new to tell the system that we have a new file that we want to make. So here's the open. Okay, if I scroll down a little bit more, there's the save. So let's go ahead and create that. We'll say dash save semicolon. Okay, let me just make this a little bit easier to read. So now that we have this written in, let's go ahead and execute it. And the system is going to say, wait a minute. Before we move any further, we need to give it a name. Okay, so this says a file must be given a name before saving. Use file rename first, and then try saving again. So what we need to do is add another command right in front of this. Okay, that's another file command. And this one's going to be rename. So we'll scroll down here a little bit until we find the rename flag. And let me see where they are. Here it is. It's rename and then a string, which means we need to give it a name. So we'll say, okay, file dash rename, and then the name, which is going to be temp.ma for Maya ASCII. Now, watch what happens, okay? I'm going to take all of this and I'm going to execute it. Now, it does create the file, but look what it named it. MB for Maya binary. So there are multiple flags available inside of the system. We don't have to just be able to use one flag. If I scroll down here, there's one here called type, and it also comes with a string. So over here where it says save, I can also put in dash type to tell it what type of file, and a string is going to be in quotes, so we're going to say Maya ASCII, end quotes. Okay, now if you need more help with this, obviously you can, of course you can right click, go to show command documentation, and it'll bring up this little guy here. And if you just scroll down just a little bit, it'll start giving you some information of the different flags you can use. Okay, and at the very bottom of the list of these flags, here's some examples of how you would use that. So here's a type, Maya binary, the namespace that it's in, and the path that we want it to take it to. All right, so now let's go ahead and highlight this. We'll go ahead and execute it. And now, if you take a look, it says file, save, type, Maya ASCII, and here's the name of the file. Now to prove this, what we'll do is we'll go in and we'll actually create an object. Okay, and I'll just change the shape of this real quick just so we have a different kind of an object here. Okay, and I'll go ahead and I'll run this command. So let's open up our script editor. I'll run the command. And now let's go ahead and make just a brand new scene. Okay, nothing in our scene. I'll press Control O and go ahead and activate our open file, and the file name is going to be temp, and we want an ASCII file, and there it is. So we've automated the process of just quickly saving the file as a specific file name. Now, what we're going to try to do is modify that script into a actual incrementer, so it'll add a number in front of it. So let's go ahead and modify this text or this code real quick here. I'm going to go ahead and add a comment. So we'll say set the file name. Okay, and then we'll add another comment down here that says Maya ASCII. So save the file as a Maya ASCII. Okay, I'm going to highlight all of this. I'm going to copy all of it, and then in our marking menu, we're going to go ahead and open up the marking menu editor. Okay, we'll go ahead and edit this marking menu, and then right here, I'm going to choose Edit Menu Item, and that allows me to create a brand new item. So this one will be Save as Temp. Okay, and then right here, I can paste all of that code right in. Save and close, apply and close. And so now, as I work here, all I have to do is press Alt-O, click, and I can choose Save as Temp, and it automatically saves this. The only problem is it's overwriting the old one. So to talk about some of the more incremental save issues that we're going to need to resolve, we need to talk about variables, which is what we're going to do in the next lesson. All right, before we can move forward on our quick save script, we need to talk about variables. And there are 3 big variables that we're going to be talking about. Now, there's in total 6 different ones that we can work with, but we're going to focus our attention on the first 3 major types. Now, I've got this little scene opened up here. It's Lesson 8 Variables, and a little scene to kind of demonstrate what we've got going here. The first type of variable that we're going to look at is an integer variable. Now, if you remember back from elementary school or even high school, integers are whole numbers. Okay, so anything that you want as a full value, step value of a whole number, you would want to use an integer. Now, just like when you create a brand new variable in Maya, it's completely empty and we need to put something in it. So first off, let's create a brand new variable. Okay, and this variable is going to be, let me go ahead and hide our quick help and we'll clear everything out. We'll come back to that. Our variable needs to be similar to this container. Now, there's nothing in it right now. We haven't put anything in it yet. But once we do put something in it, it will then hold that value. So to create a variable, okay, first of all, we have to tell the system what kind of variable we want. We want an integer. So the shortcut for that is int, integer, int, okay. And now we have to give this drawer that we have on our scene here, okay, as a representative of a variable, a name. We need to give it a name. So if we just called it some object, well, then it's going to need to know how is that different than a command. And the way we tell the system that this is not a command, but rather a variable, which is something that we made up on our own, we put in a $sign. Okay, so when the system sees a $sign, it instantly says, okay, wait a minute, this is not a command like print, select, or file. This is rather a container that holds some information. So we'll say my, and we'll give it a name, my first int. Okay, my first integer. And we'll hit semicolon and hit enter. Now, if I was to highlight this and execute it, it ran it, okay, integer, my first int, and there's no value. Just like this empty container, there's nothing in there. Okay, so let's go ahead and add an object. So I'll go ahead and move a wine glass in here, or martini glass, like this. And let's make our variable set to 1. So now that we've declared the variable, okay, so in instance, we've created this filing cabinet or this container, we'll now put something in it, just like we did. So we'll say that the $ my first int is equal to, and a better way of reading that instead of equal to sign is to say my first int is set to, and then some value, in this case 1. So what we're saying is this container is equal to 1 or is set to 1. Okay. Now we'll highlight this and we'll print this, or we'll execute it. And there it says it did that, and it says result 1. So if we wanted to change this to say something like 4, okay, and we just duplicated this cup 4 times, okay, when we close this and open the drawer, we want to now set this to 4. Now there's a lot of things that we can do. We could say plus 3. Okay, we can highlight all this, execute this, and you'll see the result is 4. So you could also do these kinds of mathematical operations, or you could just type in the number 4. Now notice how it says result 4 in this kind of a readout. Well, that's not necessarily a good practice, just because the system just did that anytime we declared a variable and set a value. So let's go ahead and do this explicitly. We'll type out print, parentheses, close parentheses, and one thing that I'm going to do unique here is not use quotes, because watch what happens if I use quotes. Okay, if I type in $ my first int, okay, and I run this, watch what happens. I run this. Okay, actually let me clear everything off and run it. Oops. Okay, so here's the first line of code. That's right. The second line of code, we set that in its place. The third line of code is the print statement, so that's right. But look what it printed. It printed the variable name my first int. And that's because, remember earlier we talked about anything inside of these double quotes, it doesn't think of it as a value, it thinks of it as a name. Okay? So watch what happens if I remove these double quotes, okay, and then run this code again. Now it did the exact same thing. I initialized it. It set the value. I told it to print it, but look what it printed. It printed 4, which is what we had the value of this as. Now this opens up a lot of possibilities, because now we can count different objects in our scene. We can find out what they're doing, how they're related to all the other elements, and then use them within other parts of our script. So this is the very first look at a variable, and all you have to remember is that a variable is nothing more than a container that holds some information. Now that we've tackled what is a variable, let's move into the other two types of variables that we can work with in Maya. Now, since we've talked about integers, let's move on to something like a float. Now, a float is similar to an integer. However, what's unique about a float is it allows us to not only work with larger numbers than integers, but also allows us to work with decimal places. So right here we had 4 martini glasses, and that's how we represented these as an integer, whole numbers. We don't have part of a martini glass, they're all whole martini glasses. However, if we take a look at this filing cabinet, okay, and I'll actually open the handle, we notice we have 1.75 pieces of pie, or 1.75 pi. Or we could say 1 pi and 3/4. And we can look at it a whole different number of ways. But this is a float number because it has a decimal place involved. So to create that, let's go ahead and type this out. We'll say float. That's how we declare it. Again, $ my first float. Okay, and that's a name that I made up, and that declares it. Okay, and now we need to put a value in it. So we'll just like similar earlier, we'll say my first float is equal to, or is set to, 1.75. Okay, now if we were just to run this by, we're just going to get a simple result. So let's actually print out the statement. So we'll say print. And we need this all to tie together, so we'll say $ my first float. Remember, we won't use quotes in this situation, not yet. All right, let's highlight all of this. Let's run it, and look what happens. It says 41.75. Well, it's not quite what we're looking for, and it's because we just need a line break. So we can add a quick line break with a print. Okay, and we're going to use quotes this time. And that, remember that it's going to be \n. Okay, so let's just go ahead and add a space here, and let's see if we can run all of this. There we go, much neater. 4 and 1.75. So we have integers, we have floats. The third major type of variable that we're going to be talking about is a string variable. Now, we've been dealing with strings all along. This right here is a string. Okay, so they're all over the place. We've been using them. We just haven't really been talking about them. Let's open up this cabinet to find out what kind of a variable a string is. So think of strings as words, okay, characters. And these words have no value to them. They're just letters. And we could use those to assemble different things. So to declare a string, you type out string. Okay, and then the name of the variable, which is my first string. And now we give it a value. So we'll say $ my first string is equal to, and here's where it's unique. You have to use quotes. So remember, open and close quotes just to make sure we've got that taken care of. Okay, and we'll say this is my first string. Okay, and to print this, we just type out the same thing, print, and then we'll say $ my first string. Okay, so let's highlight all of this, execute it, and we have 4, 1.75. This is my first string. So let's go ahead and add one more of those print commands to actually create a line break. Now, do I need these parentheses? No, right? Quotes will be just fine, but it's a habit that I want you to get into because of concatenation, and we'll talk about that here in just a second. So let me just make this window a little bit bigger so we can see all the pieces. Okay. And we'll go ahead and highlight everything and execute it one more time. Oops. Hit the wrong eraser button there. Let me undo. And we'll run it, and we have the results 4, 1.75. This is my first string. Now, the 4 and 1.75, very difficult to read what that means. So let's add some text in front of this where it says print my first integer. Let's add some text. I'm going to add, okay, and this is how we can add and make it easier to read. I'll say quotes, this is my first integer, quotes. Now what I want this to do when I run this back is say, this is my first integer, 4. However, when I run this, I'm going to get an error. And I'm going to get a syntax error, and it's going to say, I don't know what to do with this. Okay, and the error that it's telling me is right here. I don't know what to do with this. And that's because anything like this in quotes needs to be added with this variable. And the way we do that is with a plus sign. So we'll say plus this variable. Now watch what happens now. When I run this, I get, this is my first integer, 4. Okay, so let's do that again down here on this float. I'll go ahead and put in quotes. This is my first float. Remember, we need to add a plus. Okay, and we'll run this. So now we have, this is my first integer, 4, and this is my first float, 1.75. By doing these little things, it gives us a lot better feedback of how things are working and what these numbers represent. And it just makes it a lot easier for us to actually start to do something with our system here. So next we'll go ahead and go back to our quick save script that we were writing and try to add another layer of complexity to that. We can slowly start create auto incrementation of the filing as we hit save. So we end up with a temp1, temp2, and we'll just keep going until we've created it, as many as we've wanted. All right, now that we know a little bit about variables, let's go back in and modify our quick save to actually have a little bit more data involved in the process of actually putting everything together. So the first thing we need to do is open up our marking menu editor, and let's go ahead and edit that menu item, which was save as temp, and we'll just highlight everything and copy it. So Control C, and we'll just close out. And we're going to paste this into our script editor, just a little bit easier to work with, and I'm glad we commented so we know all the pieces that are going on. Now the first thing we want to do is create a counter. So every time we hit this script, it says, make the file name temp1 MA, temp2 MA, temp3 MA, and so on and so forth. Okay. So to do that, we're going to first need to create a counter. So I'll just go up here and we want an integer because we only want whole numbers. We don't want like a 2.35 for the name of the file. We want a 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. Okay, so we'll call this an int, and we'll declare it with a $, and we'll say my counter. And that I usually put the word my in any of them that I make, or I use initials, just so when I'm reading this, I know which ones I've made and which ones maybe a team member has made. All right, so I'm going to say integer my counter, okay, and now we want to increment this. So what that means is every time I run this code, I want my counter to increase. Now we can do this a number of ways. We can do counter and then 2 plus signs, plus plus, which says take yourself and add 1. But we'll do it a little bit more concrete. We'll say my counter equals, okay, my counter plus 1. Now what this says is take the value of my counter, whatever it is, and take it and add 1 to it and store it as yourself. So if this is 0, it says 0 plus 1 is now 1. 1 plus 1 is now 2, and it will keep incrementing. To demonstrate this, let's highlight this code and we'll execute it. And it will say result 1, result 2, and if I keep going, it's going to get 4, 5, and it's going to just keep increasing every time I execute, which is kind of nice. So now that we have this counter involved, let's go in and concatenate that into our file name. Now, if I just go in here and I'll say quotes, the plus sign, and quotes, what I have right now is exactly what I had just a second ago. It's going to take the word temp and then add .ma to that file name. Okay, so let me open up my scenes folder here. You notice I only have that one temp file, nothing else in there. Okay, and now if I was to go in and run this, I'm going to get an error because the system is going to say, whoa, I don't know what to do about this right here. So let's go ahead and add that counter in there, and I'll test it just so you can see. So I'll say plus, and we'll say $ my counter, and I'll add a little space here just so it's easier to see. So I'm going to take the file, rename it to temp plus whatever this number is, plus .ma. Okay, and again, when I take this and I execute it, I'm going to get a syntax error. Now, syntax error, that's okay. That's telling us that our code is okay. We may have just not typed it correctly. So if you remember earlier, when we had the print statement, we used parentheses to concatenate all of that information together. So all we'll do is we'll put in an open parentheses and a closed parentheses. Oops, there we are. And we'll take all of this and we'll execute it. All right, and what we end up with is a result temp5.ma. And if I execute it again, temp6. Now the only thing is, see this result? We're not printing that to the screen. That's just because we ran the code and that's what our result is. So if I was to put this back in my marking menu, we won't get any feedback of what's going on. Now if I take a look at my scenes folder, take a look. These two files are brand new. Okay, and if I was to execute this code again, I will now have a 7th. There it is. So very, very useful. Like I said, we want to add a little bit of feedback as to what we've created. So I'll go ahead and I'll put in a print. Okay, and we're going to do open and close brackets. I'm sorry, open and close parentheses, open and close quotes, and I'll put in a /n in here. Okay, get a fresh new line, and I'll say print. Okay, and we're going to do quotes and quotes here, and we'll go in here and say just saved, and then we're going to have a space, and now we're going to add all of this in here. So we'll just copy this, Control C, and we'll say plus paste. Now remember, we should end up with 2 parentheses at the back here. Okay, so let's go ahead and highlight all of this. We'll execute it. It says it went ahead and did all this, and it says just saved temp8.ma. And we'll take a look in our folder, and sure enough, there is temp8.ma. Very, very useful, very handy. So let's go ahead and copy all of this information here. We'll just Control C, and we're going to take this and put it right back into our marking menu. So I'll go ahead and edit this menu item. We'll highlight everything, paste, save and close, apply and close. We'll close this. Okay, if we look down here at the bottom, if I press Alt-O, hold down my mouse and go down to save as temp, it just made 9, and there's 9. All right, so very, very useful. Now, what we're going to talk about next is to keep adding to this project. We need to now explore some of the other things that we can do with MEL, things like setting attributes using MEL. So before we get going on how to get attributes and their values inside of Maya from our selected objects, we're going to actually talk about how to set some of those values on our objects using MEL. Now, an example of this would be something simple, like if I take the polygon and we go to soccer ball and we make a soccer ball object in our scene here, and I actually move this up in the air. So I'll just pick this up and move it up in the air. Now if I look at my channel box, I've actually moved it up off of Translate Y above the grid here. So how do I put it back down where it was? Well, let's go ahead and open up our script editor, and we'll clear out the bottom part. And you can see here that we created a psolid1, and that's good, and we issued a move command. Well, that's fine, but what about if we want to set this back to 0 where it was? Well, an easy way to do that is to set the attribute of Translate Y, or in our instance, we're going to shortcut that with set attr. So let's go ahead and we'll type this in. Okay, so we'll just type in set, capital A, TTR, okay, set attr or set attribute, and we have to give it the name of the object. So this little soccer ball is called psolid1. Now, psolid1 by itself has a ton of attributes like position, rotation, scale, visibility, tessellation, all kinds of crazy stuff on this guy. So we need to talk about what we want it to do. Well, we want it to affect .translate capital Y. Now what we've done here is we've said, okay, set the attribute of this object, period, the name of the attribute. So if you look at the channel box here, you can see set attr of the object is right here, and the channel or the attribute is right here. Okay, and that's how you read this. So if I go in here and I type this in and I say 0, semicolon, okay, watch what happens when I run this. Okay, so I'll highlight this code, I'll run it, and we set that right back down to 0. Okay, perfect. But where this doesn't end is with basic numbers. We can actually use variables. So let's go up here and we'll create a new float value. So we'll say float, and we'll give it a number. So we'll say, or give it a variable name. We'll say my position, and I'll say y. Okay, and we can give it a name. Now we can do all kinds of really cool things with this. In that, remember earlier in the previous lesson we typed out counter equals counter plus 1. Well, we defined it right here on this first line, and then we went back and we put in a value. Well, we can actually do all this in one statement. So I can just say float my position y equals, and we can put in a number. So we can say 10.0. Now, why did I add the 0? Well, since 10 is an integer, by adding in 0.0, we really focus in that this is a float. All right. So let's go ahead and highlight everything. And when we play this, we're not going to get much. Right? It did set the attribute back down to 0. And we did establish this float as 10. But now we need to put the float value in where it says 0. So all we have to do is remove the word 0 or the number 0 and add in my position y. Now, when I run this, watch what happens. I'll move this off to the side. I moved it up to 10. Okay, if I change this to 5, okay, we'll highlight everything and select it and run it. We've now set this to 5. If I set this back down to 0, okay, I'm sure you're starting to get the idea here that we have a variable driving a different attribute. So what we could do here is instead of just having 0, we could put in some parentheses and say, let's do some mathematical operation. So maybe we want to do 100.0 divided by, let's say, 20.0, and what we should end up with is 5. So we'll run this, and there it is. It's at 5. Now to verify, we can go to the channel box, and you can see translate y is now at 5. So that's a perfect way of just quickly looking at how to set attributes and how to use those. Now, this is a very kind of, non-organic, we just typed it in and we're good to go. We can also use kind of a macro setting. So let's go ahead and open up the Lesson 11 settings file. Okay, it's this file right here. And it'll take a second to load because it's a mental ray file and it's actually loading up all of the interface elements for mental ray. And let's render this. So this is the image that we get. It's a basic DGS material, and the lamp itself is a Lambert material. However, when I look at the alpha channel, all I get is this little bit of alpha. Okay, where's the rest of the lamp? Well, by default, mental ray nodes don't have alpha channels involved. So what we can do is actually capture some of the set attributes. Okay, so I'll open up my script editor, and I'll just kind of leave that off to the side here. We'll just erase everything. And I'll open up my render nodes. Okay, and in my render settings or my render nodes, on the mental ray tab, down at the very bottom, there's an option here called Custom Entities. We'll open that, and we'll turn on Pass Custom Alpha Channel. So we'll click that, and you'll notice by doing that, I actually I can grab a piece of code here that says set adder, mental ray globals, pass alpha through to 1. Now, a 1 is an on switch, which means yes or on. Okay, off would be 0 or no. So I'll actually middle click and drag this over to my shelf. I'll say this is a MEL script, so we have it for later. Okay, I'll actually put that down here. And watch, if I set this to 0 and run it, I'll just move this off to the side here. We'll put in 0. We'll run it. Watch what happens to this little checkbox. Okay, right when I run it, it turns off that checkbox. So you can use not only the set adder manually by typing it in, but you can also capture these little pieces of code by turning things on and off and watching your script editor. All right, so now later on we can go in and make a macro or even a check to find out, hey, wait a minute, what kind of renderer are you using? And based off of that, I need to turn this on or off. Okay, so by turning this on, okay, I'll just hit that button again, and we hit render, you can see here's the color information, and here's the now nice clean alpha channel of that material. All right, so now we're going to talk a little bit more abstract about how we can get an attribute value and then how we can store that information as a variable. All right, let's go ahead and open up the render settings or the render globals over here, and I'll put these over to the side. Okay, and I'll keep my script editor open here on this side. And let's talk about what we're going to do. What I'd like to find out is how we can find out which renderer we are using. And the easiest way we can do that is to get our script editor to reveal that code for us instead of digging through all of the different attributes and all of the different nodes that are available in Maya. Let's go over here where it says render using Maya software. I'm going to right click and I'm going to choose lock attribute. Now when I've done this, look what it did. Set adder, lock to true, and then this is the attribute, the node and the attribute that we wanted to capture. So let me go ahead and unlock this. I'll right click and unlock. Okay, and this right here is the part that what I want. So I'm just going to take that part, highlight it, and press Control C. All I wanted to do was reveal how to change the different renderer to a different amount. So we'll talk about how to change that here in a second. First of all, let's find out which renderer we're using. So we can, like we did earlier, we did a set adder. This time we'll type in get adder. So get ATTR, okay, with a capital A. And now I'm going to paste the command from here. So default render globals dot, so this is the node name, this is the default render globals right here, this window. And the current renderer is this little attribute right here. All right, so we'll say semicolon, and I'm going to run this and watch what it does. When I run it, it says result Maya software. So what we can do is say, okay, let's take that information and store it in a variable. Okay, and it sounds really simple. Okay, so if I go in here and I just say, all right, we know that the word Maya software, you know, if we had to guess what kind of variable that's going to be, it's not an integer and it's not a float, so it must be a string. Okay, so we'll say no problem, string. Okay, and we need to give it a name, so we'll say my renderer. Okay, and equals get attribute and the name of this node and the attribute name. Okay, sounds simple enough. Let's go ahead and highlight this and execute it, and we're going to get an error. Okay, and the error is going to say, wait a minute, what are you talking about? What is this get adder blah 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 blah? Okay, so by default or just by practice, you can't execute some code, take the answer and store it as a variable without telling the system that this is code that you're dealing with. Because right now, what the system looks at this and says is string my renderer, so make an empty container named my renderer and put inside of it a word called get adder and some other words and letters. And it doesn't know what you're doing with this get adder. Okay? So if we want to capture this word Maya software, okay, by evaluating this piece of code and putting it inside of this renderer, we need to do one little trick, and that's add a backtick or a single quote. Now this is available to you. The backtick is right above the tab key on your keyboard, on a Western keyboard. It's the same key as the tilde, right next to the number 1. So I'll put in a backtick, okay, and I'll go to the end of this, and I'll slip one here in at the end. So that's what that looks like right here. Okay, and now I'll go ahead and select all, so Control A, and I'll execute. And now it says no errors, and it says result Maya software. So to really get a sense of how this is working, let's go ahead and add a print statement. Okay, so we'll type in print the current renderer is, and then we're going to go ahead and concatenate the name of that variable. So we'll say my renderer. Okay, parentheses, semicolon, just make sure we've got all that covered in here. We'll highlight all of this and we'll execute it. And now it says the current renderer is Maya software. All right, very, very useful. Well, what else can we do with this? Well, knowing that we have this default render globals now, okay, we can actually set that attribute to whatever we want. So we could really modify this, you know, to a number of different ends. We can say the old renderer was, okay, and then let's set a brand new adder, so or attribute. So we've got the get adder. Now we're going to go back to the set adder. Okay, and we're going to remember that initial code up here. We're going to go ahead and grab that, put it in right next to this. And you're going to find that the issue here is, well, let's say I want to set it to the hardware renderer. Okay, the old one was Maya software. If I just type in Maya hardware, okay, and we take this and run it, it's going to give us an error. Okay, error. This is not a simple numeric attribute. The value must be set with a type flag. Now, what does that mean? If you ever see that syntax error or that error, what does it mean? Well, remember earlier we set the soccer ball translate Y with a number. We put in 5, it went to 5, put in 10, it went to 10. Well, that was just a simple number. Okay. Earlier we did the turning the checkbox on and off for the custom alpha with a 1 or a 0. Okay, it's a simple number. However, what we've got here is a name. Okay, and that's not good because the system doesn't know what a Maya hardware is. We have to tell it that it's a type string, that we are working with a word. So to do that, we'll just type in type, okay, and we'll use quotes string. And then we'll put this Maya hardware in quotes because that's the name of the string that we're using. So now if I hit Control A, watch what happens right here where it says Maya software. Okay, I'll go ahead and execute. It says the old renderer was Maya software, and there it is. If I run it again, this will now get updated to the old renderer was Maya hardware, and it still says it's Maya hardware, okay, because we haven't changed it. So if I wanted mental ray, all I have to change is mental, capital R-A, capital R, and little A-Y. Okay, we'll highlight everything. We run it. It says the old renderer was Maya hardware. The new renderer is mental ray. Extremely powerful, right? And what we're going to do is take this very simple command that we have, and we're going to combine that with an if statement. And so we can then find out if we are using the mental ray renderer, okay, turn on that mental ray global's pass alpha, custom alpha. Otherwise, let the person knows, whoa, wait a minute, you're not dealing with a mental ray renderer. Okay, so we'll talk about how to do that next. Now, where you really start going into a whole new level of creativity is when we start using if statements. So we can now start to say things like, if something is true, then do something. All right, so let's talk about how we set that up first. So back in our script editor, okay, I'm going to just get rid of this last line here. And I'm going to enter a few times, and we'll just come down to the bottom here and do some work. Okay, and I'm going to do a very simple command. If something is true, okay, and what we're going to check is inside of that little curly bracket, okay, I want you to do something. And we tell it what to do by using these little squiggly brackets. Okay, those are right next to the letter P on your keyboard. So what can we do here, right? We can say if the renderer is mental ray, set the alpha pass through to 1. If it's not, don't do anything. Okay? So here's how we're going to do that. And I know the if is a very abstract thing, so I'm going to try to break it down and explain it as we go. So we know what the word renderer is, right? That is a variable, which is a string variable. So we know what that is. So we can say if my renderer is equal to mental ray. Now, you can't really type out is equal to. So the way that you do that as kind of a shortcut key is you use two equal signs. Okay, so if I put in equal equal, what that means is equal to. Okay, so if my renderer, whatever the word is stored inside of my renderer, if it is equal to, and we're going to have to give it a name here, okay, and we'll use quotes because we want to make it exactly like this, mental ray, then I want you to do something. Okay, so for example, here we'll say print You got the right renderer. Okay, so let's go ahead and highlight all of this, and we're going to run it. And it says the old renderer was Maya software. Actually, I'm going to rechange that. Print the renderer is this right here, and we'll go ahead and print a blank line here, just to keep things nice and neat. Okay, so let's highlight all of this. Let's execute it. It says the renderer is Maya software. That's it. And if we open up the render settings, it's right, Maya software. However, if I change this to MEL array, and I don't do anything else, I just come over to the script editor and I run this again, watch what it says here. The renderer is MEL array. You got the right renderer. So what it did was it said, okay, if my renderer was set to MEL array, go ahead and print this statement, which is perfect. That's what we want it to do. Okay. And now let's actually replace that with that set adder that we had earlier. So if you remember right up here on our shelf button, we can middle click and drag that back down, and it's set adder, the MEL array globals, pass alpha through to 1. Now why did we need this? Well, if I create a brand new file, okay, I say don't save, and I look, this is a Maya software renderer, and I run this button, I get an error. And I may have a few other commands in there, and it's just going to hang up on this. And it's going to say, you know what? I don't even know what a MEL array globals is because it doesn't exist yet. However, if I was to go ahead and change this over to MEL array, give it a second, and then run it again, I get no error. So by creating this if statement, we've done a little bit of like an error check right through the system. We've said, you know what? If this is MEL array, go ahead and do this. Now we need to actually tell it an else, which pretty much says, if this is not true, do something else. And that's really easy to set up. You just type in else, and then give it a squirrely bracket. So an open and a close bracket. Now what that means is, anything that you want to type in here is going to happen if this statement is not true. Okay? So we can just go in and type in print, okay, and we'll say the current renderer is not MEL array. Okay, quotes, parentheses, semicolon. So let's highlight all of this. Let's switch this back over to Maya software. We'll run it. It says the current renderer is Maya software. The current renderer is not MEL array. Perfect. And if I switch this over to MEL array, and I run this, it says the renderer is MEL array, and it cycled through and it set that attribute. So if we go over here and double check under custom entities, it is turned on. All right. So very, very useful. This is being controlled with an if statement. Okay, and then we also added an if-else, a very powerful system. So let's actually go ahead and rename or re-establish this right here. So we'll say copy this code. We'll go back into our button here. We'll say shelf editor, and we'll set this bottom one here. We'll edit the commands, and I'm just going to select all and paste and put my code right back in. So again, we're going to find out what the renderer is and set that into this variable. Then we'll just print out some basic information that says, yeah, we found the variable and here's what it is. And then we ran an if-else statement. Okay, very, very useful. And again, I'm going to bring up my script editor. Okay, and I'll just open up the bottom part here. And if you want, you can pause the video, and that way you can write out this script. Give you a second to catch up on that. Next, we're going to start talking about expressions. All right, so now we're going to talk about expressions, which are MEL scripts, but what's unique about an expression is that they run on every single frame of your animation. And they have access to a couple of special variables since these are run on every single frame. Now, I do want to warn you that expressions are slower to evaluate because they're having to be calculated every single frame of your file here. Okay, so those are kind of some important things I want you to be aware of. So what kinds of things can we do with an expression? Well, first of all, let's create some text here. I'm just going to go to Create Text, and I'm going to reset everything. Okay, we'll reset it, and we'll just turn on the bevel. So we'll hit Create. There we go. We'll go ahead and shade this up. And I'm going to change the font from New Times Roman to something like Albertus, just something a little funner. All right. So there's our text. Now, on pretty much any of these attributes, if you right-click on a keyable attribute, you can create new expression, which is going to bring up this expression editor, and we're good to go, right? We can do some pretty cool stuff with this. However, if we look at this text, okay, if we go to Text for Bevel 1, and we right-click right here where it says Text, no menu. So by default, you think, well, I guess you can't change this text on the fly. And I have to differ there. I have to beg to differ because we can change this text on the fly if we use an expression. Now, we can, just like I said, if you go to Animation Editors, we can go in and create a brand new expression. We'll say filter the expressions by name, and we can come up here and hit New Expression, but let me show you how to do that with MEL. Okay, so all we have to do is, let me make this a little bit bigger, easier to see. We just have to type in expression, name, and we have to give it a name. So we'll call this the countdown expression. Okay, I'll go ahead and execute that, and it's done. So you're kind of like, all right, now that it's done, now what? Well, if we go back to the animation expression editors, now you'll notice with the expression name filter turned on that the countdown expression shows up, and we can do some stuff to this. Well, one of the things that we're going to want to do is calculate this change every single frame. Okay, so let's talk about this in the script editor first. Remember that command that we did earlier, set adder? Well, we are going to reuse that. So we'll say set adder. Okay, we're going to do a capital A on that set adder. And then we're going to go in and change this text from Maya to something different. And right here where it says text for bevel 1, that's what we're going to change. So that's the node, text for bevel 1, period. And now we want to know the attribute. Well, the attribute name is text. Okay, and usually we add things in quotes because it's string. So I'll say quotes DT. Now when I run this, I'm going to get an error. Okay, I'll go ahead and run it. And if you look, this is the exact same error that we got earlier, that the values must be set with a type flag. So let's go ahead and put in type string, just to let the system know, hey, I am dealing with a string variable, okay, or a string piece of text. All right, and we'll run this. And now, instantly, we've changed this text. Now, we only did that once. What we want to do is change it every single frame. So let's go ahead, right-click, and cut this text. And let's now go into our expression editor. And it brings up this window right here. Okay? So with this expression editor, I'm going to paste that code down here. And I'm just going to make sure that this works. So I'll say, I'll change this back from DT to MEL. All right, and I'll hit Create. And there it is. It updated perfectly. So we know that the expression is working perfectly. And actually, let me undo that. Let me delete that. Let me just make sure that this countdown expression is selected, and I'll paste it there, and we'll hit Edit. Perfect. I don't know if you saw earlier, but it accidentally made a brand new expression, and we don't want that. We just want to use the one we have made. Okay, so now that we have this text in here, and we know it works, okay, it updated perfectly. So if I go in and type in MEL and hit Edit, it updates, so that's nice. What I want to do is create a counter. So let's first start by building the variable for this counter. We're going to create an integer because we want whole numbers, so we'll just say int, okay, and we'll give it a variable, counter, and we'll say equals 100, okay, because we want to count from 100 back. Now we want to subtract 1 from it, so every frame we remove one number. This can be done very simply by going in and typing in counter equals counter minus 1. Now, earlier I said, well, there's a shortcut to do this. And you could type this out. This will work just fine. I don't know if you'd even see a speed difference if you didn't use it this way, if you use a different way. But a shortcut, if we know we're just going to subtract 1, is to use minus minus. Okay, and what that tells the system is take this variable and subtract 1 from yourself. Okay. Now, all that's left to do is take the word counter and put that where it says MEL. And since we're using a variable, we no longer need to have the quotes. Okay, so we'll go in and put in counter. Now, let's take this, we'll hit edit, and instantly we drop to 99, which is perfect. That's exactly what we would predict would happen. But watch what happens. When I hit rewind and play, it seems like nothing's happening. Well, in reality, what's happening is this counter is getting set to 100 minus 1 every single frame. No matter what's happening, it is automatically setting itself back to 100. We don't want that. We only want this thing to be set to 100 when we're on frame 1. Okay? So let's remove this setting the value right here. We'll go ahead and highlight that 100 equals 100 and delete that. And now we want to combine something that we learned earlier and create an if statement. Okay, so we'll say if something is true, do something. So that's going to be parentheses, and that's going to be combined within the curly brackets. Now, what do we want to check? Well, a command or an attribute that we haven't, actually it wouldn't even be called an attribute, more like a special variable that exists is one called frame. Now, depending on what frame I'm on, the value of the word frame becomes the current frame that we're on. So all I have to do is type in frame. So if I'm right here on 10, this word equals 10. If I'm on 22, this word equals 22. If I go back to 1, it equals 1. So all I have to say is if frame is equal to 1, all right, if we're on frame 1, essentially is what that's saying, I want you to take this counter and one equal sign, which is set it equal to 100. Okay? And then subtract 1. So if we're on frame 1, set it to 100. If we're on frame 10, then don't worry about this 100. We'll subtract enough to make it as 9. All right, well, if we hit edit, rewind and play, we actually get a countdown. Now, you get a little bit of a warning here about a projection, and that's okay. It's just, if we use a material, we'll be just fine on this. But something like this would be very hard to do, right, normally. But writing up this simple very simple 5-line expression using a little bit of MEL, you notice that we have a lot of power in this. And we can create all kinds of, if statements, like if it's, whatever, do this. If it's something else, if it's 10, say alert. We can do all kinds of really cool things using this very simple script. All right, we're going to now take a look at script nodes. And there's a wide variety of nodes available to you inside of MEL. All you have to do is know which ones you want, and that can become very confusing in itself. So let's clear this space out a little bit. I'll just make this a little bit easier to read here, and I'll go ahead and type in create node with a capital N. Okay, create node, and we'll start off with something simple like a file node. Now, what do we get when we do this? We'll execute, and instantly we get a file node, which is a texture node. Okay, so maybe instead of a file node, we want a checker node. Okay, we'll highlight that, execute, and instantly we create a checker node. So this gives you an idea that you don't have to use the whole user interface to create nodes. You can quickly go in and create nodes right off these little simple commands. You can also find nodes like this choice node. Okay, this is not available through the user interface. There you go. We just created this node, added it to our scene, and there's a number of little, hidden caveats like that for you. Now, what we want to create is an actual script node. And what we can do with this script node is go through the system, okay, and add a trigger, and we'll pretty much embed our MEL script inside this file as an expression. So we'll say create node script. Okay. We'll execute that. And then right here, you notice that we have a new script. So I'm going to rename this my script node, okay, just to make it real easy and clean. And we're going to say script type. Okay, what's going to be our trigger? Well, we have all these triggers, things like time has changed. If we move to a different renderer, what I'm going to choose is open and close. Right? Now, what that pretty much is saying is whenever I open or close the file, I want this to trigger one of these events. Okay. Now, let's go in and add a little bit of information to this file. Now, to do this, I can't right-click on here. Nothing's going to happen. Instead, I need to go back to my animation editor's expression editor. Okay. And we're going to switch our select filter down to script node name. And you'll see that my script node shows up right there. Okay, and we can choose as this to be a before or after we open and close this file. So we want to do this before. So as we open it, okay, it runs this script, and then it lets us work on the file. So my goal is to create a little dialog box that says, hey, can you please look at the shader? And then when you say OK, it goes ahead and selects the dog's material. So let's actually build that confirm dialog box first. Okay. So we'll say, all right, let's take this. To create a dialog box, all right, the command, let me make this a little bit easier to see. So it's confirm dialog. Now what this does is it brings up a little window. Think of when you throw away your trash in your Windows or your Mac, it'll say, are you sure you want to throw away the trash? That's a confirm dialog. Now this confirm dialog box needs, or window needs a title. So we'll say dash title, and we'll say, please look at this. Okay. Now, notice no semicolon yet. Okay. These are all flags. So this confirm dialog box, we're going to put a whole bunch of flags. And a lot of times when I have a whole bunch of flags, I like to tab them over so I know that this flag belongs to this piece of code. Okay? So I'll put in another one, which is the message. And I'll say the shader looks funny. Okay? And I'll tab again. And now we need a button. So we'll say button. And we'll say, okay, will do. Something simple. Okay, will do. Now, we need one more flag here, and that's the default button. So pretty much, the button is fine, but if I click it, nothing's going to happen. I need a default button that says the system will recognize, oh, if I click this button, I'll go away. Okay, I'll close the window. And so that's going to be a flag that says default button. Notice the capital B. And I'm going to rename it the exact same thing that I named the button. So I'll call it OK, will do. Now I can use a semicolon. So let's take all of this. Okay, we'll hit edit. So we've stored it in the scene. And now when you hit edit, it doesn't test the screen, the script. It just applies it into your scene. So we'll hit test script. Okay, and then here's my little dialog box. So here's the title. Please look at this. Here's the message. The shader looks funny. And the button will do. So when I click it, okay, we're done. So only thing I want to do now is add a select command. So we'll say select. And the name of the material on the dog is dog mat. Okay, we'll hit edit, close. And I'm going to save this scene, okay, as Maya ASCII. And it's going to be lesson 15 script nodes completed. Now, when I open that file again, okay, lesson script nodes completed, it automatically brings up this dialog box that says, hey, can you look at that? Yep. And when I say OK, it automatically pulls up this material. One more tip for you is to utilize this notes area. Since we automatically selected the material already for the artist to work on, I can put in some notes here that say something like, I'm having a hard time with this dog. Can you help? And, you know, here internally we use the date, who wrote it, and kind of a history of what's going on. And it just makes life so much easier when you're working with this. Now, if you don't like the dialog box and you want to use some of the newer features of Maya, like the heads-up message display, let me show you how to do that. Okay, we'll just modify our script, so I'll just hit save. Not a problem. We'll go up here to Animation Editors, Expression Editor. We'll click on My Script Node. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to comment out this entire block of code. So earlier I've shown you how to do this, right? We want to make a comment. We use 2 lines. And we block all that out. Now, that's probably not the best way to do it. Okay? There is a better way. To comment an entire block of code, you go like this. You use, instead of 2 slashes, you use 1 and then an asterisk. And then at the end of your code, okay, you use an asterisk and a slash. So what this pretty much says is it looks at this asterisk and this asterisk inside of these slashes, and it says, all right, anything in between here, ignore it. Don't even look at it. Okay? If I test my script, no dialog box, but I did select the material. Okay, so here I'll deselect. I'll hit test. I selected the material because that's not commented out, but I did not have the confirm dialog box. So instead, let me teach you one more command, and then we'll kind of put this to rest. The command is heads up. Notice that the U is capitalized and up message. Okay, and then the command, or what we want. Please look at the dog shader. Okay, so we now have 2 commands here. Heads up message, please look at the dog shader, and then the select mat, dog mat. Okay, we'll hit edit, we'll close. All right, I'll go ahead and brand new scene, and I'll open that back up again. I'll open the completed file. And actually, it looks like I don't think we updated. Let me just double check that we got that update happening. Nope. We did not load that. So let me go ahead and comment this real quick. And I'll just type that back in. 1 second. So it's heads up. Message. All one word. Okay. And I'll just go ahead and add my message. All right, quotes and semicolon. So we'll hit edit. We'll test the script. There it is. That looks good. Close. And we're going to save this file. Okay. So this time, now when we open our file, there we go. Much better. Please look at the dog shader. Okay, and you click once, and it'll go away. So just depends how you work, right? I like the confirm dialog box. That way I know for sure that they saw what I needed to have them edit and update in here in our shop. But if you like the heads up, you know, that's just another way of kind of pointing out, hey, we got something wrong with this file. Can somebody please look at it? And if you open a file and you don't see that script node, okay, make sure that in your file open dialog box, your open options, that this execute script nodes is turned on, because you may have something malicious that you don't want to run. Well, this will stop it from automatically running. Okay, so just a way of kind of helping you get your scenes organized for possible edits in the future from other artists. All right, let's take a look at arrays and what is unique about an array variable. Let's bring up our little file here. This is lesson 16 arrays, and we've talked about integers, floats, and strings. Now there's three more types that we want to talk about. The first one is a vector variable, and if we take a look at this, this is something similar to something like x, y, and z. Okay, you need three numbers to establish positions. Those three numbers are stored in a variable. You can also look at RGB, red, green, blue. Okay, so those are an example of a vector variable. And then over here we have one which is a matrix variable. Think of this as like a table on a spreadsheet where you have rows and columns of data that are related to each other. Okay. Instead, those two topics are fairly complex and quite beyond the scope of this training. So we're going to focus on this one right here, which is an array. Okay, and let me just go ahead and just get rid of these two. All right, let's talk about this array here. Now, what's unique about an array is we have this cabinet, which we can just, we'll call this our cabinet 1. Well, cabinet 1 has 5 drawers in it. And drawer 1 looks like it has a bowl. Okay, drawer 2 looks like a pen. Okay, and then drawer 3 is empty, and that's okay. So we can store all kinds of information inside of one variable. Notice that this variable is a single object container, but it has multiple drawers, as opposed to these, which only had one drawer of information. It could only hold one phrase, where this array will be able to, well, for this one, for example, would be able to hold 5 names, okay, or 5 numbers, or 5 integers. Now, it's very important that we don't have a word and an integer and a float. It doesn't work that way. They all have to be the same type of variable. All right, so how do we create an array? Well, let's bring up our script editor. I'll just go ahead and expand this a little bit so it's a little bit easier to see. And I'll go ahead and erase everything. All right, so much like pretty much any kind of variable that we've been working with so far, integer, floats, and string, we need to declare the integer or the variable first. And we'll start with just a basic integer. So we'll say int, and then we'll say $, and sticking with this cabinet example, I'll call this a drawer. Okay, so I want to define that it has 5 drawers in it. So we'll just call this drawer. Drawer. Now, to tell it that right now, if I was to put this in, it would think that I'm dealing with this little cabinet right here. Okay, single drawer. But I want to have up to 5 in this variable. Well, we need to give a special command or a special attribute here that is the open and close bracket. Now, when you do that, it automatically tells the system, oh, I know what you're making. You're making an array which holds a lot of other information. Okay, so we'll put in a semicolon. We'll hit enter. Now that we've got that generated, let's go ahead and execute it. We're not going to really have anything, but the system is going to make the variable, and we're good to go. Well, what if we wanted to give it a value? Like, how many drawers do we want? Well, this example has 5, so let's put in the number 5. Now when I execute this, we're making 5 slots inside of that variable to hold some information. How do we put something in a particular slot? For example, up here, this bowl. How do I put that bowl in slot 1? Well, you just declare it, or you just set the value. So we'll say drawer for 0. Okay, and we're using 0 because it starts there. It goes 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. That would be a total of 5. Right, so we'd say that equals 10. Okay, and to see what we have, we'll just say print drawer. Oops. Bracket 0 bracket. All right, let's go ahead and highlight all that and test it. And we say right here 10. Okay, so that's this 0. So let's add another one. We'll say drawer. Let's try 1. And we'll say that's equal to 20. Okay, well, again, we'll highlight this. We'll execute it. We still get the answer of 10. But watch, when I change this to 1 and we re-execute, we now get a 20. So you can go in and put individual numbers in each of these drawers just by going in and typing in 0, 1, that's one way. Let me show you a different way, a little bit of an easier way. Let me actually highlight this here. There we go. An easier way to do this is to type in the variable name, drawer, equals, and then we'll use the squiggly brackets right above the square brackets, shift square bracket, you get a squiggly bracket, and we can put in the 5 numbers that we want to manage. So we'll say 10, 20, 30, 40, and 50. Semicolon. All right, so when I say print drawer 1, I'm actually talking about this number right here. So if we highlight this and play it, we'll get 20. If I say show me number 4, which is actually the last spot, I'll get 50. Show me 0. We should get 10. There you go. All right, so I know this is not the sexiest of lessons, but I just want you to get a grasp of what an array variable is, because based off of this now, we can store lots of different names. I mean, we could take something as simple as, which we'll do in the next lesson, take 4 or 5 objects that I've selected and store them as one name. Okay, as maybe selected objects. And then I can say, you know what, show me all the selected objects, and they will print out everything you've got. Now, we should be able to just print the variable, okay, drawer, and when we execute this, it's going to go through and print each item inside of this array. All right, so if I was to come in and put, let's say, we'll do some random numbers. We'll say 8, 14, 78, 60, 21, okay, and we run this, we get that number printed right out. Now, all of these numbers are stored inside of one variable called drawer. Okay, it's very important that we're not dealing with 5 different variables. We are dealing with one variable with 5 slots inside of it, and that is an array. Well, now that we've covered how to work with arrays, let's talk about how we deal with different types of selections inside of Maya. All right, I have lesson 17 opened up here, which is just a collection of objects in my scene. And what I want to do is run some operations on whatever objects I have selected. Now, one of the issues is we can't really define an array right off the bat, like however big we want it, because we don't know how many objects we end up selecting. So when we create the array, we're going to create it kind of as a blank slate. We don't know what's going to be in it, and we're going to need to figure out what to put in it. So let's start, first of all, we'll clear out everything, and let me teach you the command ls for list. Okay, ls. Now, if I just run ls, I get all kinds of things. I get time, render partition, default lights, and you can see this list of stuff goes on and on and on and on. I got all my objects, my script nodes, just tons of stuff happening in my scene. Instead, I want to use a flag that says SL for selected. So what this says is list only the selected items. So if I execute this, I have nothing. But if I pick these 5 objects and I run the code, I got a rod, cone, pipe, soccer ball, and a platonic solid. Okay, and that's what these objects are. So if I grab all of these and run the code, it immediately returns this information back. Well, what I'd like to do is store that as a variable, and I'd like to store it as a polygon array, or I'm calling it polygon array, but it's any kind of array. You can say my array. All right. So let's go ahead and do that. I'll put in string. Since these are names of objects, we'll say string, and I'll call this my poly array. Okay, my poly array. And we need to put the open and close bracket just to identify that this is an array. And we will say is equal to ls-sl. Now, remember earlier, when we try to run something like this, okay, I'll go ahead and run it, we're going to get an error because it's going to say, I don't know what an ls is, and I don't know what an sl is, and I don't know why you're trying to put it in this array. It's not in the correct format. Well, this is a command. This is a MEL command. So remember, anytime you have a MEL command that you want to take the results and store them in this variable, we want to wrap it around a backtick. Okay, again, remember that's next to the number 1 key on your keyboard, right before it. So now when I execute this, it says no problem. I've taken rod, cone, ring, pipe, soccer ball, and platonic solid, and I've stuck those inside of this array variable. Beautiful. So what can we do with this? Well, we can say, let's find out what the first object is, right? So we could say print, and then we always use parentheses. We'll say my poly array, and then we're going to give it a number. So we'll say, let's see what number 3 is. Okay. We'll close parentheses, semicolon. So we'll highlight this and run it. And it says, okay, that's a pipe. All right. Let's see what number 2 is. A ring. So if we wanted to, we could copy and paste this a few times and say, okay, show me what 3 is. 1, actually, let's put these in order. 1, 2, and 3. Okay, we forgot 0, but that's okay. And we'll run it. And it's going to say cone, ring, pipe, and that's a mess. So let's go ahead and add a little bit of information here. So we'll say plus, and we'll say /n. Okay, and I can actually copy this and paste that in all of these little pieces. And that just makes it a little bit easier to read. So we'll go ahead and run this back, and we say cone, ring, and pipe. All right, so that's okay. But first of all, I don't know how many of these numbers I have. Okay, so if I had 100 objects, this is going to take forever to write. And again, I don't know how many exactly I have selected. So this is not a great way to work. Let's remove this print statement here and do something similar with a for loop. Now the way this loop works is for an array, if you have however many objects inside of an array, it'll keep going through that array until it's run out of objects. Okay, so if you remember back on our drawer, we had 5 drawers. We could tell the system, open each drawer, but stop after you run out of drawers. Okay, so it doesn't move on to the next object or anything like that. Now the way that you write this, it's very simple. You say for each object in the array, do something. Okay, and if you remember from before, the do something is always in between these squiggly brackets. Now, what do we know? We know what the array is. Okay, so we'll put that in. We'll say my poly array. So we say for each object in my poly array, okay, each one of these objects names that we have selected, do something. Well, we need to give each object a temporary name. Now, we don't have to declare this. We can put in whatever we want. So I'll put in, let's say, $, my object. Okay, all this means now is for each object inside of the array, do something. Well, let's define what our do something is going to be. We'll do a pretty simple print statement. We'll just say print, and then we'll give it a name. Okay, we'll just give it an object. We'll start off with X. So if I have two things selected, two objects selected, theoretically, when I run this, I should have two X's listed. So we'll run this, and there's our two X's. Okay, if I have 5 objects selected and I run the code, I got 5 X's. Now this tells me that this code is working. We are displaying this the correct number of times. Now what happened is it said, okay, for the first object in my poly array, print X, and then it went back and it said for the second object, and it went 5 times, and then when it went to 6, it says, wait a minute, I don't have 6. Okay, move on and go on to the next command. So it'll stay here until we're done. All right. So we could actually, instead of printing the letter X, we'll go ahead and delete that. We'll leave our parentheses. We can actually put in the variable myObject, because that's going to actually hold that information. So if I say myObject, and this is all going to blur together, so I'm going to add a line break, but let's just run this. I have 5 objects selected, and there's rod, cone, pipe, soccer ball, platonic solid. Okay, it's kind of a mess, so let's add a line break. We'll say plus \n quotes. Okay, we'll go ahead and run this again. There we go. Rod, cone, pipe, soccer ball, platonic solid. All right, what if we do this? We'll select the ring and box and pyramid. We'll run that, and there it is, ring, sphere, box, pyramid. And what's unique is if I select, let's say, the pyramid, ring, and pipe in that order, and I run my code, it will say pyramid, ring, and pipe. It will display them in the order I selected. Think of me putting each of these objects in that drawer in the order from top down that I choose, that I select them. All right, so what can we do with this now that we have this done? Well, we can do some pretty cool things. Something simple like we'll set the adder. So we'll say set adder, and we'll set the adder of the object. So we'll say the poly object. I'm sorry, my object. Okay, and then we need to concatenate the attribute that we want to control. So we'll say dot ty for translate y. You could actually type out translate y if you wanted to, and we'll do quotes, parentheses, and then give it a value, something like 10. Now watch what happens. When I take this code and run it, whatever I have selected, they are now going to shift up 10. Okay, so if I take maybe this one and this one, I run the code. So this basic loop is very, very important. You're going to use it quite a bit in different types of code setups that you're going to use over and over again. And it's very useful in making loops that set an attribute on multiple surfaces or multiple objects or multiple nodes for that matter. Okay. Now, one thing that I was getting a little ahead of myself, and that is we could use shortcuts. So translate capital Y is the same as TY. And sometimes that just makes life a little bit easier. So let's say we set these to 5. Okay. So we'll highlight these, run the code. You can see now these have been set to 5. We can take these, set them to 5. It just makes life a lot easier as you're working. All right, now we're going to take a look at how to use MEL to actually create a user interface. And what we need this user interface is for a little window that we're going to call Easy Keyer, which will make it very easy to key attributes on our objects. Now, this user interface that we're going to build will be a very simple window. To that, we will add a title, and then we'll set the size, and then we'll fill the window with actual content. Now, the content needs to use a layout, and we're going to use what's called a row column layout. Okay, and this will give us a simple table-like structure. Okay, think of an Excel spreadsheet or a web page that has a table in it. Because of this layout, we'll pair up our items left and right, okay, and that way they'll go inside the user interface. Now, all of these need to be wrapped up in a piece of code that will then show the window. So we can build the window, then we'll show it. And we'll also want to put a little error check that if the screen or the window is already in Maya, we want to go ahead and delete it and then make it again. That way, if we make any changes to our user interface, we always have a refreshed version. All right, now that you've had a chance to see kind of an overview of what we're going to build, let's actually get in here and code one of these up. So I'm going to go ahead and clear out all of my information here. And I'm going to give myself some space to work. And the way we're going to actually put this together is, first of all, by creating a window command. All right, so we'll do this simply. We'll type in window. Let me get a little bit of a larger font. And I'll right-click and go to Quick Help. And this will give a second to load up. Sometimes if your Quick Help isn't that large and you need to see a little bit more, you can actually run it again, Quick Help, and that will spread it out a little bit more so you can read all these attributes. Now, there are a ton of attributes that are associated with this window command, and we're not going to be able to get all of them in there, but we're going to do a couple of the major ones. So remember earlier we talked about we needed a title. So if we look right here where it says title, it'll say title, and then we'll refer it to it as a string. So we'll say title, okay, and then we're going to put this in quotes. Now, we're going to think of something fun and cool to call this window, and we'll title it Easy Here, okay, and put that in quotes. Now, when I work with these kinds of windows that have multiple flags, I like to actually tab everything over so it's just easier to read, okay. The next we want to do is talk about the width and height. So if you look right here, it says WH, or width and height, and then it says int. So that means it needs two numbers to make this width and height. So we'll say no problem, WH for width and height, and we'll say let's start off with 128 pixels wide by 256 pixels tall. Okay? And then lastly, to end this command, we just need to have a name of this window. It's pretty simple. All we'll do is name it Easy Keyer, and that's it. So we'll call this Easy Keyer, if I can spell that right. And now I'll end that with a semicolon. Okay, if you want, you can add this on its own line as well, just to make it easier on you. So that is the code to actually create a window. You say window, give it a name, how big you want it, and what the name of the actual, not the title, but the name of this window element. Now we're going to tell it to show that window. But the problem is we're going to need to run this whole command again to show the window. So what I'd like to do is create a brand new variable and encapsulate all of this information inside of a variable. Then I can just say, you know what? Show me that variable. So we can do that very simply. We'll go back up here and we'll type in string, and we'll give this a name. So we'll call this Easy Window. Okay, and we're going to set that equal to something. Now that something, remember, is a command. It's this window command. And let me just go ahead and tighten things up here. Now this window command, we want to put in backticks. Remember, that's the single tick right next to the number 1 key. All right, so how does this get read? This is string variable. Okay, we just created a brand new variable, and we're going to take the information that's inside of this command and store it in this variable. Okay, now I can say show the window. So I'll put in a comment that says this will show the window. And the command for that is going to be show, capital W, window. And then we just tell it what we want it to show. Well, we're going to use that variable, Easy Window. All right, so let's highlight all of this, and we'll execute this. And we've got an error here. Let's just double check. I believe we've got a syntax error here. It says Easy Keyer, Easy Keyer. Let's see, we might need to put this in quotes. Let's just double check that. Nope. Oh, I'm sorry, the backtick. There we are, no quotes. The backtick is in the wrong location. The backtick needs to be inside of this semicolon. There we go. So we should have a window now. There it is. And here is our easy key window. And I can actually make this a little bit bigger. And we just actually made that window. This window did not exist a second ago. And by just running this very simple code, so this is something that you might want to keep a hold of, okay, because it's a easy piece of code that you can reuse. This is the basics of all windows inside of Maya. All of these start off with something very similar to this. Now, all I have to do is close it, run it again, and it will pop this window right up. So what kinds of things can we do with this? Well, first of all, let's put in some information in these. Okay, so here in the meat of this area, we're going to define a layout. So I'll put in a comment. Okay, and we'll actually put in some information. Now we're going to be using a row column layout, which means we want the system to make a row and then go down to the next row, okay? And all we have to do is define how many columns are in each row. Now we'll do that by saying row, capital C for column, C-O, I'm sorry, I went one too many O's there, L-U-M-N, and then capital L for layout, okay? So row, column, layout, and now we just need to give it the number of columns. So if I right-click and go to Quick Help, okay, you'll see right here, it's number of columns, integer. Okay, so we'll go ahead. We can actually type that out if we want. So we'll say number, capital O-F, capital C columns. Okay, number of columns. We want 2 columns. And then there's a really neat command that you can use, which is right here, column width. And you have to give it 2 integers. And what it wants to know is what's the column number. So we'll say column 1. And then the integer, second integer, is how wide do you want that? So we'll say column width is a little longer, right? So we'll do shortcut CW. The first column, we want it about 16 pixels. Okay? So we'll highlight everything. We'll run it. And at this point, you don't really get anything. There's there's nothing fancy going on. Now, when I add the next piece, that's when it's going to start to make a difference. So I'll go ahead and comment this next line. And I'll say column 1, and I'll space this over a little bit, and I'll say column 2. Okay, and this will make more sense of what I'm going to be adding. Now remember, I'll hide the quick help here. Anything in this comment code, it's not going to look at any of this information. So this is just for us. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is create a button, and we need to label it. And the label of this will be, let's say, X. Now, if I just highlight everything and run this, I get one little button. And if I want a button underneath it, nothing will happen. Okay? If I put in button, label of Y, watch where it puts this. Okay? When I'll close this window and execute it again, it puts a little button here and then a big button right next to it. And that's because it works in a across and down. So it's going to go column 1, column 2, and then next row. Column 1, column 2, next row. And that's how this layout is going to work. So what I really need to do is add my second column of information. And that's just going to be some text. So I'll say text, label. Okay, and I'll put this in quotes. So I'll say translate. Now this isn't a command, it's just text, okay? So I'll highlight this and I'll run it. And now you can see I have X and then this text, and then it goes to the next row and it says Y, and I would put more text, and we'll fill this in here in just a second. But the whole point of this is to show you that this number of columns is very important, because once it realized I had 2 objects or 2 items, it moves automatically to the next row. If I was to set this to something like 3, then all of these would be on the same row. Okay, so watch. If I change this to 3, okay, we'll close this window, run it again. Now I've got everything lined up in one row. Okay, so hopefully that will make a little more sense as you put these together. All right, let's go ahead and I'm going to type out the second row. Text label. translate Y. And we're going to do one more button. And this will be Z. Text, label, and then translate Z. Now, let's go ahead and take this and execute it. And here we are. Now you notice there is a little bit of choking right here. This T is really butted up against this button. Now you could use a padding command, but you know what? Sometimes the old school way of just moving things over is just as easy. Alright, so let's highlight this again. Let's close this window. Run it. There we go. Good enough, right? Easy enough. So how do we now take this information, okay, and add the rotate information? Well, that's really easy to do. We'll go ahead and highlight all of this, copy it, okay, and I'll add some space here, and I'll just hit paste. And all I need to do is change the word translate to rotate. Okay, and I'll just copy this and paste and paste. Now, at this time, we don't really have a window that does anything. We just have it ready to go for the next step, which is going to be adding some commands and some graphics. Now, I like to use images more than I like to use these text buttons, and you can do it either way. There's just a couple of things that we want to do to this now. So let's go ahead and highlight everything and select and hit execute. And this is what it's going to look like. Now, it would be nice if we had a break in between here. So the translates are by themselves and the rotate X is by themselves. And I'll do that with a separator. Now watch what happens. When I type out separator, okay, separator and a semicolon, watch what happens when I execute this code. I get the separator, I get the buttons, and then where did all my stuff go? Well, it's very difficult to see, but the separator has pushed everything else over. Okay, so we actually need to have two separators. All right, now when I run this again, there we go, a little bit more practical. So you can see my translates are together, my rotates are together, and a separator is nothing more than a simple line. All right, now let's take a look at some of the graphics. If you take a look at your source files folder, in the source images, there's a folder called key buttons, okay? And we'll go ahead and copy these. We'll just go down to copy, and we're going to dump these into your preferences folder. So we'll just jump over to the Maya 8.5, and then we'll go down to icons, and then we'll just paste them right in there. All right, so there's the files. And now what we'll do is we'll get rid of these little square buttons into something that's a little bit more graphical. And actually, I'm going to put in two separators. So let me highlight this. I'll copy this and paste this. All right, to use a graphic, what we have to do is change this from the word button, okay, to actually symbol button. So symbol, capital button. All right, and instead of a label, we're going to use the flag I for image. So we'll remove this part. We'll say -I for image. And now we got to give it the name. Well, since we're putting everything in the icons folder, it'll know where to go. So we'll just go in and type in EZ capital X.bitmap BMP quotes. All right. So let's go ahead and test this. So I'll just select everything, close that window, execute, and there we go. We now have a nice little button that we can use. That's a little color-coded, and you can see when I press it, it works. Okay. So let's go ahead and finish the rest of these up. We'll go ahead and highlight this command, and we'll paste that right over the old ones. And I have a Y, and I have a Z. Okay. And again, we'll go down and we'll copy and paste right over these as well. So we'll highlight this button, paste, paste. Okay, and then we'll go ahead and rename these Z and Y. Okay. So let's go ahead, close this window one more time. We'll select everything, run the code. There's a red, green, and blue. We can quickly identify what we're working with. Now, at this point, this still doesn't work, right? There's not any functionality added to this. We just made ourselves a window. But here's one of the issues that you're going to face. If you say, you know, I really don't need two separators. One was just fine. And let's say you comment one of these out. When you go to run this code again, it's going to say, whoa, wait a minute. The object name is not unique. Easy keyer. And what the system is saying is you already have one of these open. You haven't gotten rid of it. So to do that, we need to do an if statement. Okay, so we'll just move this down a little bit, and we'll call this the we'll just give that a quick little comment, UI for the easy keyer window. And now let's really quickly add in a very simple if statement that says if something is true, then go ahead and delete that window, and then it'll move on with the rest of the code, and it will create this new one. Okay, so we'll put in a quick comment that says check for window and delete if needed. Okay, now the way this code is going to work like this. Okay, so I'll just move in a few spaces so it's easy to read. If something is true, squarely bracket to define do this. Okay, do some stuff. And what we want to check is if that window exists. And the name of the window is easy keyer. Now, you can't just type in window exists easy keyer because that is a command. So just like right here when we made a command sit inside of a variable, we're going to have to use this to find out the answer of this command. So we'll say window exists. Okay, and the name of the window, which is easy keyer. Okay, and then a tick, back tick. So what that means is, if the window exists, if that is true, okay, if that's one, if it's true, then delete that window. And the shortcut for that is delete UI, capital U, capital I, and then we'll delete dash a window. Okay, and the window is going to be easy keyer. So easy semicolon. Now, let's actually go and test this out. We'll highlight this. We'll execute it. All right, and with this window still open, if I execute it again, no problem. If I come down and I uncomment that separator, execute it again, no problem. This window gets updated, and what happens is it says, wait a minute, I already have a window open with up here. It says, wait a minute, I already have this window open. Then it says, okay, well, if that's true, go ahead and delete that user interface. And the name of the user interface we want to delete is this easy keyer. All right. So this basic setup that you have here is, really the basic setup for all Windows and custom user interfaces that you could build inside of Maya. I suggest you keep this code, make sure it works well, store it off as a way to actually refer back to it. I'm actually going to highlight all of this code. I'll copy this, okay, and I'm actually going to put that in your source files. So I'm making a document here, lesson 19 in the a data directory, and we'll just move this over. And I'll just right-click and paste, and we'll just save that as a text file. Okay, so if you ever need that content, here it is right here, and you can easily see the code and how we could utilize the code. Okay, just remember to put those graphics in your icon folder. All right, so next we'll talk about how to create a procedure that will actually go through and give these buttons some functionality. So now that we got the window built, let's actually go backwards and put in our procedure. Now, a procedure is nothing more than a collection of MEL scripts that run under one command. And we're going to create just a very generic procedure first, and then we'll talk about how we integrate that procedure into our window that we just built. All right, so back in Maya, to keep this from getting kind of overpopulated here, I'm going to just create a new tab, and we'll make it a MEL tab. And this is just so we can type in here without getting all of this stuff mixed up. Now, to create a procedure or a group or a collection of MEL commands, what we're going to do is declare it, just like we did with a variable. So just like we did an integer, float, or string, if we type out proc, okay, or procedure, we've now declared that the next word I type is going to be a procedure name. So I'm just going to make this something fun, like dummy. Okay, now there's one more piece that we need to add, and that's open and close parentheses. Now what this means is an argument. So let's say we wanted to capture, how many dummies? Well, when we run this command, we can say dummy 5, and it will do it with 5. It'll pass on a number into the script itself. And you can put as many of those as you want. You would just put in the names and then print comma, name, comma, so forth. Now, just like our for and if statements, any of those that we've built earlier, we're going to want to use the squiggly bracket to define where the start and end is of this procedure. And I like to tab in when I'm using these types of nesting, where you have a little squiggly bracket and a closing squiggly bracket. Everything in between there, I like to tab in, because sometimes if you're typing, big scripts, it just becomes very difficult to read. So let's go ahead and put in a command here. I'll just say in print, okay, and I'll start this. This is a dummy procedure, okay, and then I'm going to add, actually I'm going to just end this with a /n, okay, semicolon. So very simple. We haven't done anything unusual. Now the way this works is you have to execute or load your procedure into memory, and you do that just by hitting the execute button. So we'll hit that. Now nothing has happened. However, if I just come down here or anywhere and type in dummy, okay, watch. Dummy, open and close parentheses, enter, it ran, this is a dummy procedure. Okay, it printed that back out. So what does that mean? Well, that means we can go to our button here, okay, one of these little translate X buttons, or any one of these buttons, we'll start with the top, and we can tell it, you know what, when you click on this button, run a command. And we could type out, hey, I want you to translate X and blah, 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 blah. Or we can say, you know what, run that procedure that we've already put into memory. So how can we do that? Well, you're going to use the command, or you're going to use the flag C. Okay, C for command. And then we're going to put in the name of the command that we're going to be running. And that's pretty easy to do. All we have to do is put this inside of quotes. So we'll say dummy, open and close parentheses, quotes. Now that that's done, okay, let me just remove one of these little tabs here. Just to keep things nice and neat. Now that that's done, let's go ahead and select all, run it, we're ready to go, and watch what happens. If I push any one of these buttons, nothing happens because I didn't add that command. But when I select the first button and I hit it, it says this is a dummy procedure. What that tells me is it's working. This button is actually working. It's pulling up this piece of code from memory. So what can we do with that? Well, we're going to create a very simple loop. Okay, we're going to combine a lot of the things that we've already talked about. We're going to take a loop and we're going to keyframe some items in that loop. Okay, so let's go ahead and get rid of this procedure and we'll make a brand new one. Okay, we'll say procedure, and this one we'll call key TX for key translate X, and we'll use open and close parentheses and do some scripts. Okay, do some stuff. Again, I'll tab everything in just so it's easier to read. And now we want to create an array of selected items because we're going to want to key them. Okay, so we'll say, just like we did earlier, we'll create a string array. So we'll say string, and then we'll give it a name of the array. So we'll just call this selection, or SCL for selection. Open and close bracket. Now that's very important, remember, because that right there defines that if it's an array or not. Then we'll use the backtick, and we'll say list my selection. Backtick. All right. So now this is nothing new. We've already done this in a previous lesson. We just pretty much said take a variable, make it an array. It's a string variable because we want to capture names, and we want to take this command and store it inside of this array. That's pretty easy. Now we'll create another loop just like we did earlier. So we'll say for every item in this array, okay, and we know what the name of the array is, so we can go ahead and add that in. It's select or cell. Okay? For every object in that array, do some stuff. So now you have to be careful because we actually have two little squiggly brackets. We have one for the for, and we have one for the entire procedure. So what we'll do is we'll come in and we'll say, well, we need an object, or we need a variable to define each item. So we'll just say object, OBJ for short. So we'll say for each object in the array, do something. And what that something is going to be right now is just print some information. So we'll just say print, and open and close parentheses, quotes, and we're going to say item found. And we'll put a line break here. Okay. So let's take this. We'll go ahead and execute it. Okay, no problem. And then right now nothing's happening. Okay. So we're going to need to change where it says dummy to key TX. All right. So I know there's a couple of steps here, and we're going to do it over and over. But watch what happens. I'll go up here and I'll create a sphere. And let's actually create that again. Looks like I've got a bunch of stuff going on here. All right, let's show my grid and just make sure we got everything viewable here. Well, looks like I'm having a hard time finding all my pieces here. So let's actually go in and open up the selections lesson. There we go. This is number 17 selections file. And we've got a number of items here. And let's take a look at our script editor. So now, when I hit this translate Y, it says item found. Okay, if I select these two items, it says item found, item found. What does that mean? Well, it had two items selected. So if I select a whole bunch of items and I run this again, I'm going to get this for every one that I found. So what can I do with that? Well, let's actually take this print item found and let's remove that and add a keyframe command. So the way we'll do that is set capital K keyframe. Okay, and let's go ahead and open up the quick help for this, and I'll show you where some of the attributes are, or some of the flags. So if we look at set keyframe, what do we want to set a keyframe on? Well, we don't want to set it on time or value. Instead, we want to set it on an attribute. So that's really easy to do. It's just AT, and then quotes, because it's a string. What do we want to key? Well, we're going to say translate capital X. So every time I hit that button, I'm going to hit a translate X keyframe. All right, we'll go ahead and highlight everything, execute that, and I'm going to bring up the channel box just so you can see what's happening. So if I hit that button now, it instantly keys that translate X. All right, so if I was to take both of these items and move them back in time, and I hit this button, it's going to grab each one and key it, which is perfect. That's exactly what we want, because now I'll be able to quickly hit these buttons, key, or whatever I'm trying to key, instead of having to select, right-click, key selected. Select, right-click, key selected. I'll now be able to just hit these buttons and go. Okay, very, very useful. So again, no keyframes. Hit the button, keyframe. Move in time, move it forward, keyframe. And we've built a very, very simple keyframe system. Now, the problem is, if we take a look back at our procedure, if I want to do a translate Y, a key on translate Y, right now I would have to take this, copy it, paste it, and I would change this to Y, and then I would change this to Y. Now, the only thing about this is there's a lot of repetitive code, right? All of these selections have to be calculated every time, over and over and over. I can change this differently, all right? If I make a one procedure, And based off of that procedure, we can actually have the button send out over a number, and based off that number, we can choose what we want it to do. Now, this is a little bit beyond the scope of this lesson. I'll break it up into a second part. So if you're comfortable doing it this way, sure, you can definitely go. It's still going to speed your workflow up. If you want to learn about how to make your code a little bit more cleaner, well, I'm going to show you how to do that next. So the first part of this lesson was actually creating the basic procedure that allowed for keying. Now I want to show you how to extend the actual procedure itself, so you end up with an attribute that gets passed on, or an argument that gets passed on when we run the procedure. So let's create a brand new procedure. Okay, we're just gonna we only need one line of code in this whole thing, and you know what? It might be better let's just rewrite the whole thing, and that way I'll explain it again one more time if you want to sit through this. All right, so again, we're going to create a procedure. This one, I'm going to give it a funny name, so I'm going to call this super keyer. All right, so my super keyer, I'm going to use open and close parentheses, okay, needs to have some information passed into it. Now here's what I want to do. I want to be able to run super keyer, and if I have translate X, I want to say super keyer number 1. And if I have translate Y, I'm going to say super keyer number 2. And I want this piece of code to decipher that information and say, oh, wait a minute. He said number 2, run this. He said 3, run this. Okay, and we're going to do that with a very simple if command. So what we want to do first is go in and put in an array. So we'll say string. And then we need to capture all of the names of the objects just like we did earlier. So I'll say selection. Remember, these variables can be anything you want to call them. List the selection. Okay. And then again, another for loop. So we'll say for something in something, do something. Okay, and I'll just tab that in just to keep things neat. So we'll use the same object variable. So we'll say obj. So for every obj, every object in my selection, I want you to do something. Now, this is where it gets interesting. Earlier, we just said set keyframe. Okay. Now we're going to put an if statement. So I'll just tab these in, and I'll say if, and we're going to need a variable here. Because what are we calculating? If what? 3? 3 what? It doesn't know. 3 objects, 3 people, 3 movements. It doesn't know. So we need a variable here that we can store something. Well, I'm going to do that right here in this super keyer area. Okay, so this procedure, super keyer, if we look right here on this button, earlier we just sent off the procedure without any arguments, without any information passed. Now we want to pass it information. We want to know which button we're pushing. So we'll say, okay, let's send some information over. The super keyer, I'm going to initialize a new variable. So I'm going to say integer, and I'll call this choice. Choice, okay? Very simple. So now we can start doing if statements, right? We can say if choice is equal to 1, then I want you to do something. And here's a little trick. If you only have one command after an if statement, you don't have to use the squiggly brackets. So this is a little bit of a shortcut. Now, if you know you might be adding some more things like keying and highlighting and selecting and turning something on or off, then of course you'll want to use squiggly brackets. But since we only have one command and one line, we'll go ahead and slip that in here. We'll say set capital K for keyframe, set keyframe, same thing as before, attribute, and the name of the attribute is translate capital X. Okay, so let's test this first. We'll highlight everything and execute it. We'll go back to our window, and we need to replace this with our super keyer. And then we need to pass an argument. Okay, so inside of these open and close parentheses, we're going to send it a 1. Okay, so now when I hit this button, it's going to execute a command, which is a procedure called super keyer, and it's going to send super keyer the number 1. Okay, so I'll go ahead and highlight everything and execute it. When I hit that button, it's going to come over and say, wait a minute, what do we have here? Superkeyer. Oh, okay, I know what to do. We're going to send it 1. If choice equals 1, then let's go ahead and do this translate X. Okay? So I'll go ahead and minimize this for a second. I'll take this ring, which has nothing on there. Okay? And I'll hit this button. Instantly keyed. However, my translates, my rotates, none of those are working anymore. But that's really easy to fix. Let's open up our script editor again, because these are easy to go in and adjust. So all we have to do is copy this if statement and paste that in. So we'll do 3 of these real quick. So we'll say if the choice is 2 or 3, we want it to say translate Y or translate Z. All right, let's go ahead and run that. We'll go back to our window, and we need this command to be run or inserted. So I'll copy that and just put that right in for each of these buttons. Okay, and I'll just kind of clean this text up a little bit. Okay, so we just need to adjust these numbers to 2 and 3. So watch, now when I run this command, or this window, okay, and I'll grab an object that does not have any keyframing in it. Now if I hit translate Z, I get it keyed. Y, X. Everything I want is keyed. Okay, so if I move this down here, hit all 3 buttons, there's my animation. And I never had to come over to the channel box, select, right-click, key selected, and I never had to actually go through all those processes, because now if I just want to translate up and down, it's no problem, right? Just hit that button, go in time where I want it to be, hit the button, and now that pyramid is animated. So hopefully this will help you really speed up your workflow. Now I'm going to go ahead, just for consistency's sake, I'm going to actually go in and add the next super keyers here. So I'll go ahead and paste these in. Okay. And this is going to be 4, 5, and 6. All right. Back to my procedure here. I'll go ahead and copy one of these. And let's just tab this over. Paste. Paste and paste. Okay. And then we'll just change these to 4, 5, and 6. So there's no need rewriting if you're comfortable with what you've got. Okay, and the attribute is going to be rotate X. And if you want, you can just copy this and paste this in. So this will be capital Y and capital Z. Okay, so we got a lot of stuff going on here. Let's go ahead and run this, execute it, run our window, execute it, and now we can actually start doing some rotation stuff. So I can pick this up, move it where I want, okay, rotate it how I want, and go in and add some keyframes. Pick a new place, rotate it how I want, add maybe just some rotation keyframes, and you can see as an animator, I now have all of my tools at my fingertips ready to go. Now we could have used a couple of other options like a case statement and a switch, which I'll show you how to use later on, but really for a quick and easy way of getting this window to work with this, there you go, you have it. Now one of the issues is this code is still in 2 pieces, right? Here is the procedure, and here is the actual window itself. So let's combine these. Okay, let's take our procedure, copy it, Control X to cut it. We'll go to our window. Okay, and I'm going to add a little bit of code that says create the keyframe procedure. Okay, and I'll just paste that right in. So let's get rid of some of these extra spaces here. And what I'll do is select everything, Control A, and then middle click and add it to my shelf. And there's the button. So now, whenever I'm ready to do some keying, I can just hit that button, bring up the keyframe, and I'm ready to start working. So maybe I want to do some rotation stuff. Right? Maybe I just want to do rotate Y. It's not a problem. Or, I'm sorry, rotate Z. I can just grab it, rotate, and if you wanted to, you could add scale in this. If you could add pretty much anything you want and extend this, and I challenge you to extend this because it's a lot of fun. But this is the basic skill set that you need to have for creating basic windows, basic procedures. And I'm going to actually save this script out as lesson 20 in that scripts folder. So if you ever want to open that up in Notepad, you're welcome to do that and analyze my script. Now we're going to take a different look at how to use other types of for loops. And the for loop is a very, very powerful system, especially if you want to just run a command for a certain number of times. So the example I'm going to show you is we're going to take an empty Maya scene and we're going to create a grid of objects. Now we'll start with first creating one row, and then we'll tell the system by nesting the for loop to create multiple rows. All right, let's open up the script editor. And I'll just move this off to the side like this, just so we can have a little space to work. And we'll start off with the basic command that we're going to wrap this around. Okay, the command that I'm going to teach you is very simple. It's just polycube. Okay, so if I take this and execute it, over here I get a polycube. Very simple, right? And if I open up my outliner, you'll see that I only have one, which is perfect. That's what I wanted. Okay, so I'll just move this off to the side just so you can see everything here that's going on. All right, go ahead and delete that. Now, what if I wanted to create a certain number of them, right? Maybe 5. Well, I need to create a variable that's going to count up to 5 and then make me enough polygon cubes to count. All right? So, first of all, we need a counter. Now, much like using X, Y, Z in algebra, okay, the letter I is very important to programmers. So if I'll go ahead and initialize an integer, so integer, $I. Now that $I is very important, okay, because that is actually declaring a variable, and everybody pretty much in programming uses I as a counter. So it's just a very simple way of creating a counter. Now, there's nothing special about the letter I, except it's just kind of a convention that everybody uses. All right, now we're going to need to create a for loop. So we'll say for something in something, do something. Okay, so we know we have a parentheses, we have a squiggly bracket, and we're going to wrap up this whole thing with another squiggly bracket. Okay, so that's what this looks like. So for something, do something. And here's what we're going to do. What are we going to count? Well, we know I, okay, and right now I has no value. So we need to set I to something. So we'll say, all right, $I equals 0. And you can start this off at anything. If you wanted to start off at 100, you can start off at 100. For us, 0 is just fine. All right, notice I added the semicolon right here. Okay, so I am starting to combine a lot of things in this for statement here. So we'll say I equals 0, or I is set to 0. And then we'll say, all right, I want you to keep doing something. So we'll say $I want you to take this number, and as long as you are less than 5, do this polycube. So what that means is we start off with 0. 0 is less than 5. It'll make a polycube. And then it'll say, okay, next, what's going to happen right now, it's going to say, okay, 0 is still less than 5, polycube. And it's going to go until we run out of memory, because it's going to this right here is going to crash Maya. Okay, it's going to freeze up. So what we need is a counter. Now we can do a counter two different ways. We can come after the polycube and say a very simple counter would be $I is equal to $I plus 1. Now we could do that. But remember earlier in a previous lesson I talked to you about minus minus? Well, we could also do plus plus. And an easy way to do that is right up here in this for statement. And a lot of people don't know that. So we can put in $I plus plus. Now, I know this is a lot of confusing steps, and there's a whole bunch of things that are going on, but essentially, let me read this back to you. What we're saying is, for a variable that we're going to start off with 0, as long as it's less than 5, add 1 to yourself and create a polycube. And then it comes right back and it says, okay, we started off with I equals 0, that's no longer true because we have something now. We'll say, is 2 less than 5? Yes. Add 0, go to polycube. 3, and it's going to go until it hits 5 is less than 5. No, it'll stop the polycube. Okay. Now let's actually run this. So we'll just move this off to the side and we'll hit play. And it looks like only one cube is in our scene, but if we take a look right here, we actually have 5 cubes that it generated. Right? So if we move these out of the way, here's the 5 cubes that it built. All right, so what can we do with this? Well, that movement, or that single location, that's not good. We need to actually move those polygons once we've made it. So we'll add a move command. So we'll say move, and move actually has a whole bunch of flags that we can work with. If I right-click and go to quick help, actually let me select it, you notice we have a number of little items that we can do, and the one that we want to talk about is relative, because we don't want to just put it someplace in space. We want to stack it. So we'll say, okay, we're going to move you relative to yourself. All right, so that's pretty easy. And we'll say 0 in X, 0 in Y, and we're going to move them along in Z. And I'm not for sure what amount we want to use, but for now, I'll use $I. Why did I use $I? Well, remember, this is counting. So this is going to go from 1 to 5. And as long as I keep this moving here, the first cube will be at 0, 0. The next cube will be at 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. All right, or actually up to 4. So let's highlight this. We'll execute it. And it looks like we have one solid cube, but in reality, we actually have 5 cubes. Now, let's say we wanted to have this spread out a little bit more, right? We wanted a little bit more space. Let's actually delete these. We can spread those out. That's not a problem. All we need to do is add a number to this variable. The issue here is going to be that we're going to need to concatenate all that information or group all of that information within a parentheses. All right, so let's go ahead and highlight all, select, and let's actually move this to the other side. So I'll just say 1 plus. Actually, we'll just do 2. We'll do 2 times the value, because 1 plus just shifted it over 1. So let's actually double them up. There we go. So now number 5 is actually 10 units away, okay, because it took 5 times 2 and it moved it that amount. Now this is pretty cool, but what if, all right, what if I wanted to have a grid? Well, what I want to do is take this procedure that we've got, and then I want to run it again, and then come down and again. And we're going to keep running this procedure over and over until we make a block of rows. Okay, so we're going to take this and then encapsulate it with another for statement. And that's really easy to do. Okay, so here's how we'll do that. We'll say on this polycube, we're going to create another for statement. Okay, so we'll say for, and then we're going to need a new, I'm going to just put in the parentheses here just so we have a marker here. We're going to need a new variable. So we'll say squiggly bracket and squiggly bracket. Oops. There's our squiggly bracket. And I like to move these in just to let people know that these belong together and this one belongs with this outer one. Okay. So for what? Well, we need to initialize a new variable. So we'll say initialize the variable j. This is just for fun and giggles, right? So we're going to do the exact same setup here. We're going to say, all right, let's initialize j. So we'll say $j is equal to 0. Okay, and we'll take $j. As long as it's less than 5, I want you to do something. And while you're at it, take j and add 1 to yourself. All right, the only issue now is we need to remove one of these zeros with j, so that way it goes down. Okay, so it'll go down, 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 and then over. Okay, so I'll just put a $j in here. So we'll say $j. Now the way this works is it's going to say, okay, it's going to hit this initial loop, and then it's going to hit this little one. And it's going to do everything inside of here 5 times, and then it'll go back to the original one. and say, okay, I need to make this 2. It'll make it 2, drop over, and then run that 5 times. And go back up, make it 3, drop that 5 times. So let's select all, and we'll execute this code again. And you see what we end up with. Okay, so now we actually have these 5 cubes. Let me actually highlight them like this. And you can see if I move them apart, there they are. So just like the number 2, we can actually go in and say, you know, take this value, the x value here, times 2. And now we're going to get a nice even grid. So if I highlight everything and throw it away and run it, there we go. There is our very simple grid. And now you can do all kinds of really cool stuff with this. So let's get rid of the times 2, and we'll get rid of this times 2. Okay, I'll get rid of all these pieces. And what we can do is select all, run it, and we're going to have a nice tight grid of cubes that are all matched up, nice and aligned. And if we actually go in, here's a little trick. We can actually go in and let's go to component mode, so F8, and we'll go to faces. Okay, we can select all of the faces on top. Let me just close my script editor. And now we can do a projection. So we'll just go over to polygons and we'll say create UVs, planar mapping, and we want to make sure that we got it in the right direction. So let me just go back to my options here. And the y-axis. So we'll just project that down like that. And now I can actually go in and create a texture for this object. Because they're all sharing the same material, right? I can actually go into my Lambert here and give it that projection. So we can load up, you know, a fun texture. Let me load up just an image of the our little Roscoe. Let's give this a second to load up. Okay, and there's a picture in your source images directory. There we go. All right, so we've made kind of this little grid board. Well, here's some fun stuff we can do with it. Let's go over to frame 24. We'll select all the pieces, and let's open up our easy keyer that we built. And let's go ahead and key all these little guys here, and I can go back to frame 1. And I can move them however I want. So if I just take these little guys and move them apart, all I have to do is select them again. Let me deselect those. And then add the same keys that I wanted to key. And there you go. So you may have an a need for something like that where you want to auto-generate a full grid and then add a texture. We've actually used this on one of our little projects. So there are definitely lots of ways of approaching this problem. You know, hopefully you can take this and say, okay, you know what, I can make myself a simple loop situation where I can create these things and make it really easy for you as you're building more complex systems. We actually go through a lot more detailed information in our other MEL training kit, but this will really get you on your feet and get you started. Having crammed a lot of data down your throat and beaten you up with MEL, I want to take a step back and talk about how we can utilize some of these things to actually create some usable elements for us. So I'm going to load back up here in Maya. I've got a scene opened up. This is lesson 23, using arrays. And the lesson that I've got built up here is just these cubes. Now, there's nothing fancy about these cubes. They're just individual cubes. Let me open up the outline. You can see there's absolutely nothing going on here. Now, what I'd like to do is take these cubes, okay, and I would like to parent this one to this one, and then this one to this one. So in other words, at the end of the day, I end up with one final node and all of these children underneath it. And what this is going to help me do is build some type of a tail rig, okay, where I can grab all of these, rotate them, and they all rotate nicely. Right now, they're just going to rotate by themselves. So let's go ahead and build something like that. All right, so the first element that we're going to need to do, let's go ahead and clear all this out. And I'm actually just going to make this wider here so we can get everything to fit. I'll just move this up like this. All right, so the first thing we want to do is go ahead and capture our selection as a variable, and we've done that a bunch of times, so I'll go ahead and do that again for you here. We'll go ahead and type in string, and then we need to take the selection, so I'll just call it SEL for selection. Open and close brackets, and we'll say that equals a listing of our selected objects. Okay, so that's pretty standard stuff. And we're going to need a counter. So just like earlier, we're going to go ahead and initialize a new counter as an integer. And remember, counters, we like to use the lowercase I. And now we want to create a for loop. So we're going to say, all right, let's take this object, and for each item in this array, let's add one and then do something. So let's first write the generic for loop, okay, and then we'll talk about how we will modify this. So we'll say for some items, we're going to do some stuff. Okay, and under this for, remember earlier we took the counter, we said that equal to 0, and then we said, okay, we want to take the counter, I, and we're going to set it to greater than some number. Now, what number do we have? Well, I know up here we have 14 of these little guys, right? We can look in our outliner and see that we do have 14 copies. But what if we didn't know that information? All right. What if we were, had 100 objects and we only wanted to do it on 20 of the items that we had selected, and we didn't really count the selection, we just grabbed some? Well, the easiest way to do this is to go in and find out how big this array is. Remember earlier in a previous lesson we put in a number, and it's, we said, what is the value of number 3? And it pulled up a number. Well, that means that we could find out how big this array is and return a number. Well, the way we do that is with a command called size. So if I type in size, all right, and then say, okay, size of what? We need to put in the array name. We'll say $SEL. Okay, if we say size SEL, well, if I have 3 objects selected, the size of this array is 3. So this will keep going until I is greater than 3, which is really cool. All right, let's go ahead and add a semicolon, and then we'll put $I++, because we want to add 1 to it. All right, so for this, let's go ahead and put in a print statement just to make sure everything is working. So we'll say print. This is working. We'll put in that N. All right, let's highlight all of this. We have 3 items selected. We'll hit run, and it says this is working, this is working, this is working. So that's 3 items. Okay. Now if I grab a whole bunch, and I don't know how many I have selected when I run this, I will go out and print exactly however many we have, which is a really cool thing. Now we know that this loop is working depending on how many items I have selected. Okay, so this is a pretty cool little setup here. All right, let's get rid of that print statement, and what we're going to do now is run a parent. Okay, so the word parent, the command parent is just like that, parent, and then we'll say object 1 and object 2. Okay, the current object and a previously selected object. So here's the issue that we're going to have. If we have this object and this object, notice which one is green. Okay, this is going to be the child, this will be the parent. And the way we're going to need to do that is we're going to have to take a string and rip out one of the objects. Okay, so this is how we're going to do that. I'll go in. Let me just close this space up a little bit so I have more space to work. And I'm going to say, all right, we'll type in string. We're going to declare a new variable, and we're going to call this the current object. All right, and that current object is going to be set to the selection, okay, right now. So we'll say $I, okay, and we'll put that in brackets. So here's what we mean by that. If the selection is 3, or actually in this case, let's say we have 3 objects. The selection is 2, which is this little guy here. Then it's going to say the current object is selection 2, which is perfect. Okay. Now we need to know the previous object. So we'll do the same thing, string. Previous object is the name of our variable. Okay, and we're going to say, all right, the previous object is going to be the selection, and we'll put open and close brackets. And inside of that, we're going to say $I minus 1. So we know that if this is the last selected object, and we know that this is number 3, let's say, for example, then this one is 2 and 1. And I said that as an example because this is actually 0, 1, and 2. All right, so what do we do with these? Well, over here where it says parent, we're going to put in current object. Okay, and then we're going to put in the previous object. Now what we've got here under the parent command, if we go ahead and open up Quick Help, just so you get an idea of what's going on here, and we're going to give that a second to load up. There it is. The way that this Quick Help works, it's very difficult to see here what's going on, but if we go to Show Command Documentation, right, we're going to see here that it works in 2 pieces. Parent, one item to the second item. Okay. So now that we've got these 2 items together, let's put in a semicolon here, and let's test this. Okay, we'll do it with the first 2 objects here. We'll select everything, execute it, and then it's going to give us an error. Okay, and it's going to say invalid negative index. And the reason for that error is because, see where we started off with 0? Well, 0 minus 1 is a negative 1, and we don't have a negative 1 in selection, so it's going to error out. So the best way to start this off is instead of using I equals 0, let's set this to I equals 1. Okay, we'll select everything. Now watch right here where it says P cube 1, P cube 2. When I execute this, we've automatically taken P cube 2 and made it a child of P cube 1. All right, let me undo this one step, because what I'm going to do is select all of them. So let me just go here. I can actually easiest do it in the outliner. We'll select all those items. We'll run the command. And here's what we end up with. We end up with parent. This is the parent of these children. This is the parent of these children. All the way down until you end up with a child. Now, why would I need to do this? Well, I can actually select all of these guys. And let me go into gimbal mode here, one second. And now when I rotate these, I've built myself a tail system. Just like that. Now, what I did was, if you just select one of these items, okay, let's say we select this one, you're just going to get a rotation like this. However, if you select multiple items in your selection and then rotate, and you can jump over to gimbal, I didn't explain that. If you hold down E and then click your mouse, you'll be able to jump into a gimbal mode. You can also double click on the rotation tool and change this to gimbal. But you can see what we end up with here, right? We can create a really cool looking tail that's got a lot of functionality, and we did that very easily with a very simple script. Okay, so the script itself, not a lot of information in it, right? We've made a variable, we've done that before. We've initialized variables, we've done that before. We've created for loops before. Only thing we did different was, instead of saying a number here, like let's say the number 5, like we did earlier, well, we have more than 5 items selected, so that's not going to work out for us. So instead, having the size and then the size of the array, we now stop it when we run out of items. And then all we did was we said, all right, take the current object as a variable and give it the name of this first object, okay, item 1 or 2, let's say, and then take the next object, the previous object. We'll figure that out by subtracting 1 from the current. And so now you know the current and the previous, and we just run a parent command. And there you go. You've got yourself a very simple script that can create tail rigs very quickly. Well, we're starting to get near the end of our training kit, and it's time that we look back at our incremental save system and talk about how we can actually use some of the variables and some of the commands that we've learned to actually create this whole system for incremental saving. Okay, the file that I have opened up is the file called cabinets.ma. Okay, so it's right here, cabinet.ma. and we're going to actually build a system where we can take this file and save it incrementally. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to do is go ahead and open up our script editor. We'll get that going here, and I'll just move this over to the side so we can see everything like that. And then I'm going to actually go into my settings and preferences marking menu, and we'll go ahead and load that marking menu that we had earlier. Just double click on it to open it up, and this save as temp we're going to actually open that up and copy. We'll select all and copy all of this code out. So we'll just close that, close, and then I'm going to paste it right here. Now let's go ahead and tighten up this code a little bit, just make it a little bit easier to see. And I'm not going to really use any of this right now. I just want it here for at the end of this lesson. So I'm going to go ahead and put in an asterisk and a slash, just so all of this now is commented out. Okay, and I'll go ahead and turn off my quick help for now. So all of this code is commented out. If I run it, nothing happens. It's just a comment. And that's just getting me ready for the next bit. Okay, I just wanted to have that back in here. All right, so what are we going to do? Well, first of all, we want to find out the name of this file. And a command that I haven't taught you yet is a query flag. So the way this works, we're going to reuse the word file, or command file. So we'll type in file. And what I want to do is query. And you can do that with a -q. Now, a query is not like set, right? So in other words, if I was to put in file -save and a name, it's going to actually go out and save the name. However, if I put in file -q and some name or some other flag, it's going to say, you know what, go find that information, query the information, and return it back to me. Okay, so we'll go in and we'll type in file -q, and then what we want to find out is the scene name. So we'll say -scene, capital N, name. Okay, so watch this. When I run this code, look at the result that I get. I actually get the drive, the path, the folder, and the file.ma. Now this is pretty cool. Okay, we're starting to get a lot of really cool information. What I'd like to do now is capture all of that inside of a variable. And we can do that with just like we do the list. Okay, so I'll just move this over a little bit. I'll say string. Okay, and we'll say $file name equals, and since this is a command, we're going to use the backticks. Okay, and make sure that it's inside of the actual semicolon. And now I'll print the file name. All right, let's go ahead and run this again just to verify everything is working. Okay. There we go. I just wouldn't scroll down all the way. So there is our actual path. Now, we don't need the path. We only want the name of the file. Well, we can add another flag to this. Okay, and that flag is called short name. So I'll put in short, capital N, aim. Okay. And if you want to learn more about these, if I just double-click or highlight the word file and go to quick help, you notice there's a whole bunch of these over here. And short name is actually one of them down on the list here. There's short name, and you can read the documentation and it'll give you all the definitions of all these flags. So now let's actually run this again and see what we get. This time we get cabinet.ma. All right, now we're really starting to get somewhere. What I want to do is remove the .ma or .mb. We want to get rid of both of those. And the way we're going to do that is with a command called substitute all string. Okay? So let's go ahead and add this in. I'll just type it in right here. It's fine. Substitute all string. And remember, there's no S on there at the end. Okay, it's just substitute all string. Now this command needs three things. So what I do is I put in a comma and a comma. And so now you see I have three containers. I have one here, and one here. Okay. So what are we going to put in there? Well, we know we want to take the file name. All right, so we'll say $file, capital N, name. And what do we want to remove? Well, we want to take the .ma, and we want to replace it with nothing. Well, if I put two quotes together, that's essentially like me typing in nothing. Okay, so we're going to take that and type in nothing. We're going to hit semicolon. And now when I try to run this, let's actually run this code. It says, I can't find the procedure. Substitute all strings. Let me just double check the spelling on this. Substitute all string. All right, let's try this one more time. Oh, oops, I am messing this all up. Substitute, substitute. There we go. All right, let's try this one more time. There we go. So when I do this substitute string, look what I get. I still get cabinet.ma, and that's because even though we did this operation, we never updated the actual variable. So all we need to do in front of this is to say $ file name equals whatever this returns. Okay, so let's go ahead and run this. And now we have the word cabinet. So we're starting to get somewhere. Okay, so this, let me go ahead and I'm going to remove these spaces and I'll comment this. So I'll say find the file name and strip of extension. Okay, so find the file name and strip off, strip off the extension. All right, beautiful. So let's uncomment our incremental save system here. And wherever we had the quotes temp, we're going to actually put in the file name variable. Okay, so right up here, file name variable. All right, let's test this out. We'll select everything. We'll look right here and see what's going on. We'll hit play. And it says, I just saved cabinet1.ma. And we'll hit it again. I just saved cabinet12.ma. And one more time. So what's happening is it's not incrementing it. It's not adding 1 to itself. It's adding the third number to this. If I do it again, it's going to say cabinet 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, I don't really have 1,234 iterations of this file. I actually have only 4 files, and the fourth one is named 1, 2, 3, 4. And that's not good. So we've got the first part of this built, right? We've got all these pieces put together. Now what we're going to do is actually increment this by a value, and we'll do that in the next lesson. Okay, so we got part 1 of this done. Now we want to go in and actually remove the number. So back in Maya here, let's take a look at our script. We've got a lot of stuff going on. I'm going to go ahead and remove this quick help just so it's easier to see. We've got the file name, okay, and we've got that looking real nice. The problem is we're incrementing this number not by adding 1 to it, but by actually taking and adding a number, the next number at the end of this. And that's not very good. That's not a good way to work. So what I want to do is remove this number, okay, and we can do that, we can find that number by using a command called match. Okay, so the command is match. And match works like this. What do you want to match it with? We have to set this as a string. So we're going to use 2 quotes. And then the numbers sit inside of a bracket. So we'll say 0 through 9. Okay? So I want you to match any number 0 through 9. Now the issue with this is the minute it finds one number, it's going to stop. So if I add a plus at the end of this, it will find all of the numbers in my file name. Now you have to be careful because if you name your file, start off with a number, well, this is not going to work out really well for you because it's going to strip off that number for you. All right, and now we just got to tell the system what do we want to match. Well, we want to match something in the file name to those numbers. So we'll say file name. Okay. So all of that data we want to go ahead and store inside of a variable So we'll call this a string variable, and the name of this is going to be string number. Okay, we just want to find out what the number is. And now this isn't a real number, this is a string. Okay, so you have to remember that. All right, let's go ahead and we'll highlight just this part here, and we'll play this. And you can see here we get cabinet 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's actually print this. So we'll say print, we'll say string number, and then we'll put in a print, and we'll put in a line break. Okay, so let's go ahead and take this part here and test it. All right, so if I run this, you see what I end up with. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, and the name of the file is cabinet 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, I haven't ripped out any of that information yet, okay, because if I do that, all I'm going to end up with is just the name cabinet. It's not going to add one. So what I need to do now is actually create a brand new substitute all string command. Okay, so again, we're going to find out this information, okay, and then do a substitute on this. So we'll just come down here, string. I'll slip it in here. Okay, we're going to go back and remove all these prints. So we'll just slip it in after the next match command here. We'll say, okay, let's take the variable that we did earlier. We'll say $file name equals string. Substitute all string. And remember, we have 3 parts. So what are those 3 parts? Well, we need the file name that we want, or we want the object that we want to remove the name from. So we'll say file name. Okay, what do we want to take out? Well, we want to take out this number, this string number. So we'll slip that in here. String number. And what do we want to replace it with? Nothing. So take a look here. Notice how we have this 1, 2, 3, 4 on this line. Watch now. As I run this again, it found the number and stripped it out. And that's perfect. That's what we want to use. Okay. The only problem with this now is as I go in and add a number, it won't know what to add it to. Right? So if I come down here and actually use this my counter, it's not going to work because the system's going to say, I don't know what to do with my counter because it's just going to get stripped out. So what we want to do is find out what this is, this number, and actually turn it into an integer. And you can actually do that. It's really simple. You just define a new variable as an integer, and you set it to that string number, and it will find itself. So let's go ahead and add that in. Okay, so I'm going to, right underneath where it says the file name, okay, I'll go ahead and slip that in. So give it a new name here, a new counter. So let's get rid of our counter. Actually, I got a lot of stuff going on here, so I'm just going to throw away some of this extra stuff just so it's a little bit easier for you to read. All right, where it says integer my counter equals my counter plus 1, we're going to toss that out, and we'll come back and replace these right here. Okay, so let's go up here where it says string number. Now we know what the string number is, right? So we want to turn that into an integer. So it's really simple. We'll say, I'll add a space here, int for integer, and we'll give it a number, or give it a name. So we'll call this file number, and we're going to say that is equal to the string number. Now, this is kind of abstract. The string number isn't actually a number. Remember, we put in string because it's just some numbers that are stacked together. The system does not know that this number is 1,234. The system sees that as 1, 2, 3, 4. However, by converting it to an integer, okay, taking this number and putting it inside of this variable, then now the number will be recognized as 1, 2, 3, 4 anytime we use this file number. The only thing left to do is we need to increment it so we have more than one. So we'll say $file number plus plus. Okay, and all that does is say take one and add it to yourself. So let's get rid of this my counter and we'll replace this with file number. And we'll come down here to this my counter and replace this with file number. All right, let's test this and see what we get. Okay, I'm going to actually open up an older one. So we'll go back to this cabinet. Okay, and we'll run this code. And it says it doesn't like this code, so we've actually... Okay, so as you may have noticed that I actually crashed Maya by doing that, and it's because I actually opened up a file. Okay, let me actually set this project real quick. Get to the right directory here, and we're going to use cabinet. Now, here's the problem. when I ran this code, this file name is cabinet. Okay, so I'll just highlight this part of the script here, and I'll run it. It results back cabinet.ma. The problem is there is no number. So when there's no number, it freaks out. Okay, so I'll go ahead and open one that is cabinet1. I won't save. And now when I test this, there we go. We're starting to get a decent result here. So it says, all right, file is saved as cabinet2.ma. We'll run it again. 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, you get the idea. Now, there is one flaw in this. Actually, two big flaws. One is if you have a file without a number in it, it's going to get really upset and barf out. Or, let's say I open up cabinet 4 and I'm working, all right, and I run the script. It's now automatically going to overwrite number 5. So that is, we don't want to speed it or slow it down by not having that ability of just overwriting your incrementals, but you can overwrite things if you're not careful. So in the next lesson, we'll talk about how we deal with some of these files that don't have a number. To fix one of the problems that we have with this script of a file that does not have a number associated in it, or an incremental, and having the system crash on you, how do we fix that? Well, the process is going to be pretty simple. All right, let me actually just open up the bottom part here just so it's a little bit more space. All right, what we need to say is, okay, what happens is when we have a string number that doesn't have any kind of number in it, what ends up happening is this gets replaced with nothing or 0, okay? And then you're trying to increment that nothing with a 1, and it's going to say, I can't do that. I can't increment this with nothing. So what are we going to do? Well, we're going to have to make some if statements here, or an if statement. All right, and so we'll need to say, if something is true, do something. Okay, and then we'll also add an else. Okay, else is like otherwise, do this. Okay, so here's what we're going to check. If the string number is empty, okay, and the way you can say it's empty is equal, you can replace that with the word is, and then quote, quote, if there's nothing in between here, no spaces, that means empty. So if the string number is empty, this right here, if there is no number in the name, then I want you to do something. Okay, and the something is going to be set this file number to 1. Let's get this started. So we'll say, if that is nothing, then we'll say file number is equal to 0, 1. Okay. However, if it's not empty, I want you to go ahead and do this whole process of incrementing and removing that value. So we'll go ahead and let me see how much of this we need to move up here. We'll just move this line in between this else and curly bracket. Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and tab these in just so it's a little bit easier to see all the stuff that's going on. All right, the only thing now is, see how I initialized this file number right here? I'm going to remove that initialize, and I'll add it up here at the top so that I don't have to add it twice. So I'll say initialize the file number. Okay, so let's just double check this. If the string number is nothing, then I want you to set the file number to 1. However, if it does have something in it, then take that number, add it, or turn it into this integer, add 1 to yourself. Okay, so that's going to be good. And then we'll go in and say, remove that file name. We won't need to worry about that if the value is already set to 1, so we'll be good there. All right, everything else looks really good. Let's Control A, and I'm going to copy this just in case. I don't want this to ruin anything. So I'll test this on cabinet number 5. That's the file name we're looking at right now. All right, let's go ahead and run this. And we've got an error here. Let's take a look here. The syntax error says that the string, we forgot to put a semicolon. A lot of times it's just little simple things like that. All right, let's test this. That's good. 6, 7, perfect. Now, here's the real test. Let's open up just cabinet. All right, cross our fingers that we don't crash anything. So let's bring up our cabinets. All right, let's run the script. And there we go. File is saved as cabinet 1, as 2, and 3. So you can add this right back into your marking menu. You can tell that, you know, this is a very, very robust script that we wrote to do a lot of work. Now, obviously, I can't tell you that, you know, hey, it's going to work in every situation. I can't test every situation, but for the most part, it's going to do a lot of work for you. Now, what I've done is I've added this extra line, and I did this when I crashed, because sometimes by default, you may start off with a Maya binary file, and by using the script, we are going to force it into a Maya ASCII, but if we don't get rid of that MB, it'll just tag on, it'll be mb.ma, and you don't want, you know, garbage like that. So I did add this one line, which is the same as the MA. I just have an MB in there as well. So I'm going to comment this line or this script up, and I'm going to store this in the scripts directory and as a text file, and you'll be able to open that up and really use it for anything that you're working on in your projects as far as incremental. And if you want to dissect this some more, you're more than welcome to do that. Well, we are on the home stretch now, and I've got one more script that I want to share with you, and that's adding a color attribute. So let's take a look here in Maya. We've got a number of things going on here. This is lesson 27. Let's go ahead and render this. And let me just pull this window over. And you can see we got a very simple setup here. Just all the lights are white. Well, if I want to turn them all down or control them with one master slider, it's going to be very difficult to do because each of these are individuals. Right? If I open up the attribute editor, it's only going to select the last item. So how can we do that? Well, let's create a locator. And remember, locators are just little objects that aren't going to render. Okay. And in this locator, I'll call this my light controller. So just very quick here, rename this light controller. Okay. And I need to add an attribute here. So if I go to this extra attributes, you'll notice at the bottom here, I don't have any other attributes. And I can add one very simply. I can go to add attributes, and we can pick, you know, a vector, an integer, a string, a float. A Boolean is like a yes or no. Enumeration is like a drop-down menu. So let's choose float, and I'll just say color choice. Okay, and we'll hit OK. So we get this cool slider here, or this cool value setter, but what we don't get is a color chip or a way to connect in a texture or something like that. And to do that, we have to actually use a little bit of MEL. So let's go into this delete attributes window, and we'll get rid of color choice. Now let's talk about how we're going to add this. Okay, we've got rid of them. All right, so in our script editor, let's clear everything out. Make some space here. And let's actually create this attribute. Now, we've talked about set attribute. We've talked about get attribute. Now we're going to talk about add attribute. So it's add adder. Okay, I'll go ahead and expand this up a little bit so it's easier to see. Add adder. Okay, add attribute. Now, the way this works, if you want to look at the quick help on this, we'll go down to quick help. You have a number of options available to you, and you have attribute type. Let me actually open this again so we can expand it. We're going to be using the attribute type. We're also going to be looking at the long name. Okay, and you can see that these are both strings. So let's go ahead and add that in. We'll go in and say long name. Make sure you have a capital N, just like we have in the example there. Long name. And this is the name of that slider, or the color chip that we're going to create. So I'll call this my universal color. Okay, so that's the name of it, and I'm going to make sure if I don't put anything else and I just put the attribute type, what's going to happen is it's just going to put in the exact same little slider that we had. But what I want to use is this unique little tag here, or flag, and it's called use as color. And that tells the system that we want to be able to not only pick colors, but be able to connect other different attributes right into it. So we'll come up here, and we can actually use the shortcut if you want, or the abbreviation, UAC, use as color. Okay, and then the attribute that we're going to make this is a float, and this is unique, 3. Now, why did we need a float 3? Well, if you think about it, color is registered in our system as RGB, and when we connect into something, it's going to want to connect 3 numbers at the same time, RGB. So let me minimize this real quick while we talk about this. If we take a look at the hypershade here, and I take this blend, and I look at this color, okay, when I pick up this color swatch here, it's actually loading up an RGB set of numbers. Now, to demonstrate that, what I can do is I'll open up the connection editor, and if we open up color, you notice that color is made up of 3 things. So what does that mean? Well, color is the parent, color RGB are the children. So let's go in and actually build that for our system here. Let's open up the script editor again. So this is the parent. Okay, now let's add in the children. All right, I'll hide that quick help. So I'm going to just tab these in a little bit so it's easier to see. I'm going to say add, adder, long name, and then the name of this is whatever you want. So I'll just say this is red. Okay, and here's where it's important. Not only are we going to tell it what type of attribute it is, and this is going to be a float because we want a decimal number, but we're also going to define the parent. And the parent is going to be universal color. Just like that. Now, if you're lazy, you can just, like me, you can just copy and paste these. So we'll just go in, paste these in, and I'll just change these from red to green and to blue. And you can name those whatever you want. It doesn't matter. Okay, the system won't matter. It's just when you open up the connection editor, it'll say universal color, and then it'll have red, green, blue. You can put RGB, however you want it to do. All right, now the most important thing here is that you have the object that you want this attribute added to selected. So we'll go ahead and move this over so we can take a look here. And I'll actually move this up like that so we can make sure we can see that that is selected. There are no extra attributes. I'll run this code. And I'll refresh, and here we go, universal color. So we just added this really cool attribute where I can now pick a color, pick a color picker, or connect in a different material. So this is pretty exciting. So now that we've got this built, my recommendation to you is, since you've already written this out and we've explained it, put this on your shelf. Store it for another day, right? All right, let's go ahead and create a new tab, MEL tab, and I'll get rid of this Python tab. Okay, so on this fresh tab, let's create now a loop that we can use to select all of these items and connect them to this attribute. And the way we're going to do that is, the first part of this is very, very simple. We'll just put out our very common selection variables. We'll just type in string, and then the selection, I like using SEL. It just makes sense when I read it. Selection equals backtick ls sl backtick. And then we're going to go in and put in our for loop. So we'll say for $each object in my selection. I want you to do some stuff. And the stuff that we're going to do is actually connect an attribute. So here we're going to pretty much wrap up our attribute discussion. So we've done get attribute, set attribute, add attribute, and the last one we're going to talk about is connect attribute. Okay, so this one is connect adder. And let's open up the quick help because I want to show you one of the commands that we're going to use. You notice there's only 3 flags in this, and the one that we want to really talk about is this F or force. And we used that earlier when we made the file name or the file node to save out the file itself. So now we're going to say -F to force a connection. And what we want to connect, well, I'll teach you a couple of shortcuts to get the names of the things you want to connect. So for example, on this locator, okay, we want to find out the name of this universal color, and we know that it's light controller universal color, but if you didn't know, what you could do is right click, set a key, and when you do that, you will automatically get a little bit of information here. So you can copy that, and then paste that into your script. And then when you're done, just right-click on this universal color. Let's give this a second here. There we go. And break connection. All right, so now that we've got that, we can come in and paste. And we can see that we're going to connect the attribute. We're going to force the connection, the light controller's universal color, to something. Now, what this something is going to be is each one of these lights, or whatever I have selected as far as lights go. And the way we'll do that connection is we'll say, okay, this key word here is each object, right? So if I take each object and connect that, so I say $each obj, now I need to add the dot color. But the problem is it doesn't recognize dot color as a variable, so we're going to have to say add quotes dot color. Okay, and for this to be treated as one command or one part of the argument, I need to encapsulate the whole thing in parentheses so the whole item there is concatenated together. All right, so let's take a look at this. I'm going to remove some of that space so you can read everything. All right, so I'll take that and I'll say, all right, let's select these 3 items, run the code, and now if you take a look, each one of these lights, the color has been connected. You can see it's connected there, and you can see it's connected there. So if I come in and render this image, notice the image, the color that I get. However, if I come in and say, all right, let's take our locator and pick something like a bright red, re-render, you notice these lights are now casting a red tint. Very, very powerful. So this is a way that you can make really easy controllers in your system just by adding a follow-up script that then connects attributes from, for example, your light controller universal color attribute to each object's color attribute. So hopefully that'll get you started in the right direction. Like I said, this is a great way to start, and I'm going to add some bonus lessons on how to use Python with Maya and MEL, and you'll hopefully get your appetite whet because we have a full Python training kit in our store that you can get into and really try to maximize the use of Maya's programming languages to really help you do your work faster and shave off time of your projects. Well, this brings us to the conclusion of the Artist's Guide to MEL. We've covered a lot of very abstract concepts that I hope are a little more concrete and easier to understand now. By breaking down our scripts into smaller pieces and building on them as we went along, I hope we've given you the tools to start coding and building your own scripts to help you not only become more efficient, but to also make your life a little easier as you do repetitive tasks. To continue your education, I encourage you to check out the hundreds of free tutorials that we offer online at digitaltutors.com. Check back often as we're always adding new lessons daily, and also on the website you'll find more MEL and Python training that directly complement the one you've just viewed, as well as an entire library of training products covering the different aspects of 3D production that are currently being used by students, schools, professionals, and studios around the world. In this first bonus lesson, we're going to take a look at how to get started with the Python scripting engine inside of Maya. All right, so let's open up, actually close this attribute editor, and let's open up the script editor. Now, to do a Python command, we're going to want to make sure, let me just clean this up a little bit. We're going to want to make sure that we have a Python tab activated. So we'll just go to New Tab, choose Python, and now we're ready to start putting in some Python code. Now, why would we use Python? Well, it's a very powerful scripting language. A lot of people know how to use it, as well as it's object-oriented. You have access to a lot more different types of data types, things like integer, floats. That's pretty much all you had, vectors, but you have all kinds of data types inside of Python. And there's also lots of pre-built Python modules. Well, one of the modules that we're going to need to work with is the Maya commands module. So down here in the MEL command, I'll put in a command to create a sphere. Okay, so I'll go in here and I'll type in polysphere and hit enter. And there you go. We get a polygon sphere. Pretty standard stuff. The problem with this is if we wanted to create this inside of Python, and I come over here and I type in polysphere, okay, and I hit run, I'm going to get an error. And the error is because the system doesn't know what in the world a polysphere is. Okay, we need to connect it to the Maya command library or the command module. So to do that, we'll first run this, and we only need to run this one time. We need to import that module. Okay, so to create this, we'll say import. Let me make this a little bit larger so it's easier to see. Import space maya.cmds. Now, if you misspell it, okay, and we run it, you're going to get an error here that says no module named CMD. So if I put an S here, there we go. We don't get an error. It just says import and just executes the command. All right, now that we've done that, we can throw this away. Or you can put it on your shelf. You can make yourself a Python shelf and have that available to use to start. Every time you reboot Maya, you're going to need to run that to get access to it. Now let's create our sphere. So to do that, what we need to say is Maya cmds commands, okay, polysphere, and then we'll just do an open and close parentheses. Now, there is no need for a semicolon, okay? The way you tell Python that you're done with that line is to hit enter on your keyboard, okay? So let's execute this code, and there you go. You have now a polysphere. So let's say we wanted to select this polygon object. All right, I'll go ahead and delete that. We'll generate this again. Okay. Let's say I want to select something. Well, earlier we did just a simple select. So we just type in select P sphere 1 and execute it, and there it goes. So how do we do that with Python? Well, let's look at this pattern. Okay, we're going to follow the exact same pattern. So we'll say Maya cmds dot select, and in parentheses, quotes, quotes, parentheses, we're going to put in here what we want to select. So we'll say P sphere 1. And now I'll highlight this code and execute this. There we go. So you can see here how it selected this code. Now, one of the issues is what is here, what is a command and what isn't. Okay, so for example, let's say we want to do a print command, right? We go, okay, Maya cmds dot print. This is Python, okay, and I run it. It's instantly going to tell me, wait a minute, that's invalid. Print is not a valid syntax. Well, how would we ever know that? Well, some commands aren't available in Python, and they're not part of the commands. And to find out what items are, you can type in help, and then we'll put in Maya cmds. Okay, we'll execute that. And right up here at the top, you'll see a whole list of all of the different commands available to you. So if I go down to the P's, okay, and I look for the print, it's going to be sad to say there is no print command. So what do? Well, fortunately for us, Python has a print command, and it's just that. It's just it's print. So we can just type in print. This is Python, and there you go. It prints it right out. So really, it just depends on how you like to work. I want to just expose you to some of the ideas of how to work with Python and what it could be useful for. You just have to remember to load the commands module so you can access some of the Maya commands, and then to use this help if you need help to find out which commands are available to you. Now I want to give you a sneak peek at how to use variables inside of Python. So let's talk about how you declare a variable. In MEL, right, if we had a string variable, we would have to type out string, and then we would give it a $, my string, the name of it. Okay. Well, Python, you don't have to go through that extra step here. You don't even have to put a $. All you have to do is type in my string, and that's it. Now, you don't even have to tell it that it's a string. I just called it my string. We could have called it my variable. The system will know, or Python will know, that it is a group of letters, and it will know to make that a string variable. So we'll put this in quotes, and we'll say this is my first string. Actually, we'll say Python string. Okay, and let's go ahead and run this. So we'll just Control A. Okay, Control Enter, and you can see it has been ran. Now, what can we do with this? Well, we can remove this and we can print the variable. So we can just say print my string. And there you go. You can see right here it says this is my first Python string. So we can see that this is starting to work, right? Things are starting to come together and be assembled by Python. So let's go ahead and create a new sphere. I'll throw this one away. Let me just grab that. We'll quickly load this up. So we'll say Maya commands polysphere. Okay, we'll run that. Now, similar to an array, if you look right here, we have a bracket, polysphere 1, comma, polysphere 1. Okay, psphere 1 and polysphere 1, bracket. This bracket, similar to MEL, is like an array. Now, arrays are actually called lists inside of Python and are very, very powerful. They're really the heart of a lot of scripts that you can write. So what I want to do is access some of that data and show you how you can pull some of that information out. So let's remove this sphere from our scene, okay? And let's create a new variable. I'm going to call this my list results. Okay, we'll say this equals, and then we're going to run a command. So Maya commands polysphere, open and close parentheses. All right, so we'll actually run this. Now, what we've done is we've created a variable called myListResults. I just made that up. And this is the command that we ran. And all of the information that we made, we have now stored that inside of this list. So, what if we wanted to find out what list results 0 position has stored in it, which is going to be this little text right here? Well, we can do a print command. So we'll come in here and we'll type in print my list results, open and close bracket, okay, and we need to give it the item that we want to read, so or print out. So we'll highlight this and we'll say, tell us what's in 0 position. psphere 1. What's in the number 1 position? Polysphere 1. So if you take a look right here, this was entry 0 and entry 1. To access this information, it's very simple. You just put in print, name of the variable, and the slot that you want to pull out. Now, we can actually add a little bit of information to this. So I'm going to add a parentheses. Now, you don't have to add a parentheses around this, but it's good programming etiquette to just get into the habit of using parentheses. I'll use quotes. The object is, and then we can concatenate the same way that we did in Maya. Okay, so now when I run this, it says the object is polysphere 1. If I change this again to 0 and run it, the object is polysphere or psphere 1. Very, very powerful. So, this training kit isn't about Python, and we're not going to, delve super deep into all of the different nuances of the variable types and what you can do with them. But I want to show you the difference between Maya's MEL, integrated MEL or default MEL way to pull this information, and how you would create and pull this information in Python. All right, now let's talk about how we can use some MEL code inside of a Python script. All right, I've got my script editor open here. Let's go ahead and erase and clear out all the history. And let's talk about how we're going to build this. Now, first of all, to evaluate or work with any type of MEL code inside of Python, we need to first import the Maya MEL module. Okay, so we'll go in and say import maya.mel. That's it. We'll execute that. It's done. Now, the only option that we have, if we do help me just load this up here. Help Maya.mel. Okay, if we take a look at this, all we have in this entire package is eval or evaluate. So the way this works, okay, for example, if I wanted to select the Lambert material, Lambert 1, I would come down to this MEL. In MEL, I would go down here and I'd type in select Lambert 1. Okay, and as you can see, it selected it over here. However, in Python, it's going to be a little bit more work than just typing that in. So what I can do is evaluate this as a MEL command. And to do that, what we're going to say is maya.mel.eval, or evaluate, parentheses, close parentheses, and inside of this, we're going to use quotes, quotes. Now, anything that I put in between these quotes is going to be evaluated as MEL. So all I have to do is type in select Lambert 1, semicolon. Okay, remember we use semicolons. We'll execute that, and there we go. It just loaded it right up. Now let's say we didn't want to execute this code. We had 2 lines of code, and we didn't want to execute this one. All we'd have to do, instead of using // which is MEL, we would use the hash or the number sign that says, okay, this is commented out. This line is commented. Ignore it up to where you hit page return or carriage return, and then go to the next line. Okay. So how can we pass information from Python into into MEL? Let's talk about that next. Now this gets a little bit abstract, so stay with me here. The first thing that we're going to want to do is take and create a polygon sphere. So we'll say maya.commands polysphere. There we go. We've created it. Now what I'd like to do is move this up 10 units. And to do that down here, it would be very simple. I'd need to know the name of the object. All right, so I would say set attr, set attribute, the name of the object. So I would say psphere1 dot translate y to 10. And there you go. You can see it hopped up here. Okay, that's all fine and dandy. But how do I do all of that in Python? Well, it's pretty simple. First of all, let's create a variable that stores the polysphere command. That way we can reuse the name here. So we'll say my sphere. I'll use a capital S just to keep things easy to read. My sphere equals maya.commands.polysphere. Okay, that's the first part of this. Now I want to make this actually be part of the next command, which is the eval. So I'll also come in and say maya.mel.eval. Remember to use the parentheses, quote, quote. Okay, and I can put any information in here that I want. So now I can say set attr, just like before, and I may not know what the name of the polygon sphere is, but I do know this variable. And from the previous exercise, I also know that this is a list, and I can pull out what's in entry 0, which is the name of the object. So I can say something like my sphere bracket 0 bracket, open and close bracket, okay, dot translate y to 10. Now, I'm going to get an error when I run this. So if I execute this, it's going to say, well, I can make the sphere, but I don't know what you're talking about. And that's because MEL does not know what this little piece is. Python does, but MEL doesn't. And as long as it's in between these quotes, it takes it for the word, right? That this is the exact piece of MEL we want to run. Well, what I need to do is rip out this piece right here. And we can do that by adding a few more quotes. So we say, okay, we want set attr. That's good. So we'll put a quote at the end of that. That's a good part. And then we don't want this my sphere, so we'll just say plus. Okay, we're going to concatenate all this together. So this looks good. My sphere, and then we need this part in a set of quotes. So we're missing one set of quotes, and we're going to put it right here at the end of my sphere 0. Okay, so we'll say plus and quotes. All right, so what we've pretty much done is ripped out this part of the eval and said, just look into whatever Python has in memory that's called mySphere. All right, so let's actually go in here, delete this. We'll run the code. And we still have one little error. Let's take a look at this real quick. We may need a space right there. All right, let's try this one more time. We'll run this, and as you can see, it created the sphere, and then it moved it up 10. Very, very powerful. So there's lots of these modules that we can load up. One module that ships with the system is platform. So I'll just say import platform. Okay, and now it's loaded. We'll go ahead and execute that. There we go. Let's erase everything, and we can do some pretty cool stuff with the commands that are inside of platform. So, for example, we can say platform, okay, dot version, and now this is going to give us the version number of our operating system. So we can take it one step further. Okay, we can say platform dot platform, open and close parentheses, and if I execute this, I get Windows XP 5.1 2600. Very, very powerful. The Python scripting language allows you to access a very, very heavy amount of information and very robust tools that you can really make Maya do some amazing things with it and extend the functionality. So I hope you had a good time with this training kit. I know a lot of this information is very abstract, but hopefully if you had a chance to go through it a couple times, you're going to really be able to absorb this information and use it in your own projects. Thanks a lot, and we'll see you in the next training kit.